Welcome to everybody. Good morning. I will give the floor straight away to Colonel De Magistris, which is the head of this event. So thank you very much, and I'm sure it will be a fruitful event for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And, we go to the podium. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished authorities, ladies and gentlemen, as yours, I would like to welcome you to the 2022 flagship event of the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence. First and foremost, I would like to underline how much I feel privileged to chair this conference before Lieutenant General Maurizio De Talmo Mezzavilla, Carabinieri Deputy Commander, one of the founding fathers of the multinational specialized unit, being the latter the precursors of stability policing. Then, my heartfelt gratitude goes to the Italian authorities in attendance, starting from the prefect of the province of Vicenza, Dr. Pietro Signorello, with the president of the General Confederation of the Italian Industry in Vicenza, Mrs. Laura Della Vecchia, who is hosting us once again in this fabulous building, but I forgot, sorry, because I skipped a line, Avvocato Francesco Rucco, the mayor of this beautiful city. And then my gratitude goes to the Questore of Vicenza, who is attending today, but also to the Carabinieri Legion commanding officer, General Spina. Thank you so much for being here, and to you all. Lastly, my appreciation goes to Mrs. Irene Fellin, NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, for honoring us with their presence, and to Major General Robert Glabb, Allied Command Transformation Flag Officer, General Officer Champion, whose ages we have been bestowed with. Switching to the event itself, it is indeed a golden opportunity for our community of interest to get together and discuss stability policing, greatly absent in the Afghan conundrum. However, we are not here to blame anyone. This will not be a blame-storming conference. We are here to learn from the past and suggest possible solutions applicable in future similar scenarios to contribute to fostering long-term peace, stability, and development. Were only tribal division and deep-rooted institutional corruption responsible for the Afghan security forces' collapse? Or are there others to be singled out as well? Is it not true that since 2001, little or no consideration was given to robust police assets role? In such unstable environment where the police was the most hated institution, how was it possible to delegate police tasks to ruthless tribal militias, armed and subsidized by intervening countries, rather than apply the stability policing model which, since 1998, the international community has adopted to respond to the security needs of the population so effectively in the Balkans, in Iraq, and in East Timor? After all, wars are like natural disasters. They wipe away everything, leaving behind nothing but blood, instability, and chaos. Who governs this chaos? Whilst the military deals with the enemy, it is crucial to counter those who benefit from havoc, the adversaries of their coalition, those who take advantage of the war crime overlap in the so-called gray zones, spoiling the peace process. Wouldn't it have been better to call for a mandate from the United Nations Security Council to deploy stability policing units to deal with this state of almost total anarchy, thus filling this security vacuum? Instead, Resolution 1386/2001, to support international effort to eradicate terrorism, was based on two different criteria, the so-called light footprint approach and the lead nation system, and, if I may, a miscalculation. I mean, they consider the fight against terrorism as an almost exclusively counterinsurgency military problem, rather than a social and police-related problem. As a form of organized crime that terrifies the population and destabilizes the rule of law, terrorism should better be addressed through both the radicalization and reintegration into the society, as well as by targeted investigation aimed at dismantling its structure, network, as well as sources of supply and financing. I'm referring to the Falcone method, no? Follow the money. Indeed, terrorism becomes a military problem only as a last resort when its threat is so imminent that it can only be neutralized by kinetic action. In an unstable country like Afghanistan, where terrorism, insurgency, and organized crime were mingling in unison, subverting the foundation of the institution, wouldn't it have been better to deploy a military force expressing also civil law enforcement capabilities? They could have complemented and/or replaced local police, monitoring and intervening on corrupt and afflictive behaviors, providing services to the populace, thus filling the security gap, rather than leaving this task to the Afghan National Police, whose inefficiency was unfortunately very well known. There was, in fact, the need for an asset which was interoperable with both the military and the civil society, capable to calibrate different levels of force and seeking to reduce the risk of collateral damage to the local population as much as possible. That would have hampered the Taliban narratives at its core. I'm talking about an asset like the Multinational Specialized Unit, NATO Stability Policing forefather, a model now adopted by the major international organization, albeit with different names and different perspectives, but with similar function, whose distinctive features is the ability to carry out community-oriented policing, to protect the civil population, failing to immediately ensure the rule of law and guarantee public order and security, hence to seize the so-called critical golden hour, has meant failing to provide a timely and effective response to the needs of the population and to help legitimize local governments. Indeed, the Afghan National Police operated in a chaotic context characterized by three judicial systems based on the Islamic law, Jirga Shura tribal system, and the penal procedural code law, poisoned by an infamous bribe-release culture. Never were the Afghan National Police dedicated to the protection of civilians, despite the German and Turkish reforms in the early 1900s, as well as during the Soviet domination. Nevertheless, the efforts of the international community have focused on developing a paramilitary force to support counterinsurgency operations conducted by the Afghan army, rather than ensuring public order and security. Furthermore, the Afghan National Police, the most corrupt institution in the country, we will speak about it with the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction from the United States, was characterized by endemic problems of discipline, transparency, nepotism, widespread drug use, and inconsistent command and control relationship, as well as a frequent resort to torture and the signing of written confession to obtain conviction in court. Mrs. Fellin, the deep gender inequality should deserve a dedicated chapter. Strategically, the Afghan National Police were tasked to man checkpoints located at the main crossing points of Afghanistan. What an opportunity these checkpoints were to undisturbed prey upon travelers. They were neglecting the suburbs and the remote villages, ultimately abandoned to themselves. Let me draw now to a conclusion. Being the first to interact with the population, ensuring their security and basic needs, the police are the most visible expression of a government. However, if perceived as inefficient and predatory, they undermine the legitimacy of central authorities. In the Afghan volatile and asymmetric scenario, stability policing could have indeed played a crucial role in preventing chaos and focusing on the protection of civilians, thus contributing to legitimizing the institution and paving the way for a progressive transition, rather than an hurried retreat. Unfortunately, the international community did not seize this opportunity in Afghanistan, seeking the military defeat of the insurgents rather than promoting the rule of law. Professor Jalil will indeed agree on this. Former Minister of Interior in Afghanistan and former ambassador of the Republic of Afghanistan in Germany. The latter, instead, I'm talking about the rule of law, was mitigated by the Taliban, who mitigated their extremism, getting closer to the citizen, brutally turning their strategies against the Afghan security forces. So now, a consideration. Maybe, and this concludes my speech, the rule of law should have overridden the rule of guns, shouldn't it? I thank you for your attention.
Good morning, buongiorno a tutte le autorità presenti. Porto il saluto ufficiale della città e della provincia di Vicenza, che sono liete di tornare ad ospitare un meeting della NATO così importante a livello mondiale.
Good morning to all authorities present. I bring you the official greetings of the city and the province of Vicenza, which is pleased once again to host such a globally relevant NATO meeting.
Quello che stiamo vivendo è un momento molto difficile per tutta l'umanità. Con la pandemia che ancora non è stata completamente debellata, una guerra in Europa, alle porte dell'Europa, e il surriscaldamento climatico globale che anche qui in Italia, con il distacco sul ghiacciaio della Marmolada domenica scorsa, ha causato molte vittime e danni.
We are living in very challenging times for all humanity. With the pandemic still not completely eradicated, a war at the gates of Europe, and global warming causing victims and damage, even here in Italy, with the collapse of the Marmolada Glacier last Sunday.
È un orgoglio per noi avere in casa da molti anni, nella caserma Generale Chinotto, il NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence e il COESPU, specializzati nella polizia di stabilità, ovvero nelle attività per garantire lo Stato di diritto e la protezione dei diritti umani nelle operazioni di pace.
We are proud to host in the General Kinoto Barracks of the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence and the COESPU, specialists in stability policing, the activity to uphold the rule of law and the protection of human rights in peacekeeping operations.
Voglio ringraziare l'Arma dei Carabinieri, espressione dell'eccellenza all'interno del mondo militare e in possesso di una vasta e diversificata esperienza nelle missioni internazionali, per svolgere al meglio la leadership del progetto per lo sviluppo di tale settore dell'alleanza.
I would like to thank the Arma dei Carabinieri, an excellent example of our military forces, and extensive and varied experience international operations, for taking the lead in developing this area of the alliance in the best possible way.
So che questa 3 giorni ha come argomento principale le politiche di stabilità in Afghanistan e che proprio oggi qui si tiene la conferenza in sessione plenaria alla presenza di autorità militari, del mondo accademico ed istituzionale, anche in rappresentanza di quel martoriato paese.
I know that the main theme of this 3-day event is stability policing in Afghanistan, and that the conference is being held here today in plenary session with the participation of military, academic, and institutional representatives of this long-suffering country.
Mi auguro che la 20ennale esperienza conclusa dalla NATO in Afghanistan possa contribuire a supportare un migliore impiego dello strumento della polizia di stabilità nella gestione delle future situazioni di crisi nell'ambito di altri contesti nel mondo.
I hope that the 20 years of experience that NATO has gained in Afghanistan can help to make better use of stability policing model in dealing with future crisis situations in other regions of the world.
Purtroppo la guerra in atto da parte della Russia nei confronti dell'Ucraina rischia di creare una crisi internazionale dalle conseguenze molto gravi e ce ne stiamo già accorgendo anche nella vita quotidiana.
Unfortunately, Russia's ongoing war against Ukraine threatens to trigger an international crisis with very serious consequences, which also affects our daily lives.
Colgo l'occasione per esprimere vicinanza a tutta la comunità ucraina in questo momento così difficile. La nostra città e la nostra provincia hanno contribuito ad aiutare il popolo ucraino con tantissime iniziative di solidarietà, in particolare a favore di donne e bambine in fuga dalla guerra.
I would like to take this opportunity to express my solidarity with the entire Ukraine community during this very difficult time. Our city and our province have contributed with so many solidarity initiatives to help the Ukrainian people, especially on behalf of women and children fleeing the war.
Concludo questo mio breve saluto ringraziandovi per il grande lavoro che fate per mantenere la pace e la stabilità nelle zone difficili della terra, nella consapevolezza che questo delicato momento internazionale richiede sempre più un impegno collettivo. Auguro a tutti voi un fruttuoso e positivo lavoro e una felice permanenza a Vicenza.
I conclude my brief greeting by thanking you all for the great work you are doing to maintain peace and stability in difficult regions of the world, aware that this delicate international moment increasingly requires joint efforts. I wish you all a fruitful and positive conference and a pleasant stay in Vicenza.
Grazie.
Thank you.
So with your permission, sir, I would like to present the coat of arms of our NATO. So this bears the flags of all the 9 sponsoring countries of the center. So, as a token of appreciation for the time that you have spent. Now I would like to give the floor to Sua Eccellenza il Prefetto di Vicenza, Dottor Pietro Signorello. Passo questa perché il video fa un brutto riflesso.
Thank you very much, dear Colonel de Magistris. Good morning. Excuse me, each of everyone, each of you, but also I prefer, like Major Rucco, to do my short speech in Italian. Porgo il mio saluto al direttore del Centro di Eccellenza NATO per la Polizia di Stato, il colonnello dei Carabinieri Giuseppe De Magistris, e lo ringrazio per aver voluto ospitare un breve saluto del prefetto in occasione dell'apertura dei lavori della conferenza odierna.
I would like to extend my greetings to the Director of the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence, Colonel of the Carabinieri, Giuseppe De Magistris, and thank him for hosting this brief greeting from the Prefect on the opening of today's conference.
Vorrei poi salutare tutte le altre autorità presenti e tra queste vorrei specificamente citare la presenza del Vicecomandante Generale dell'Arma dei Carabinieri, il Generale di Corpo d'Armata Maurizio De Talmo Mezzavilla.
I then would like to greet all the other authorities present here. Among, I would like to specifically mention the Deputy Commander General of the Carabinieri Corps, Lieutenant General Maurizio De Talmo Mezzavilla.
Il comandante della Regione Carabinieri Veneto, il generale di brigata Giuseppe Spina.
The Commander of the Veneto Carabinieri Region, Brigadier General Giuseppe Spina.
Un saluto speciale per la Special Representative del Segretario Generale della NATO per il settore Women, Peace and Security, Sua Eccellenza Irene Fellin.
The Special Representative of the NATO Secretary General for Women, Peace and Security Sector, Her Excellency Irene Fellin.
So poi che è collegato da remoto e rivolgo a lui un deferente saluto all'ambasciatore Stefano Pontecorvo, espressione altissima del nostro corpo diplomatico con grandissima esperienza nell'area del Pakistan e dell'Afghanistan, dove si è particolarmente distinto, da ultimo nelle operazioni concitate di evacuazione da Kabul, che ha vissuto quale Senior Civilian Representative della NATO.
In addition, I would like to extend a respectful greeting to Ambassador Stefano Pontecorvo, who's watching us remotely, a remarkably high representation of our diplomatic corps, and with vast experience gained in the regions of Pakistan and Afghanistan, where he particularly distinguished himself during the distressing evacuation from Kabul, in which he acted as NATO senior civilian representative.
Un saluto poi a tutte le altre autorità presenti, al signor Questore, al Presidente di Confindustria, al Colonnello Giuliani, a tutti gli altri presenti.
And I would like to extend my greetings to all the other authorities present here.
Per ovvie ragioni non interverrò sui temi che sono specifico oggetto dell'incontro odierno, che persone più esperte di me hanno trattato in questi giorni e che porterà alle conclusioni odierne. Ma a proposito della lesson learned, non posso non ricordare a me stesso che il concetto di stability policing è per sua stessa natura espressione di un approccio che deve mantenere una connotazione di temporaneità. Si deve trattare di una funzione ponte, si deve trattare di una funzione ponte fino al momento in cui la host nation sia in grado di muoversi in autonomia nell'espressione completa della sovranità territoriale, ma non credo possa trasformarsi in una forma di permanente supporto interno allo svolgimento delle funzioni primarie dello Stato, e da questo punto di vista vorrei ricordare che la missione internazionale in Afghanistan è durata praticamente un ventennio. Lascio chiaramente al qualificato parterre di questa conferenza le conclusioni.
For obvious reasons, I will not discuss the topics covered by the meetings, which were dealt with by people more experienced than I, and which will lead to today's conclusions. But regarding lessons learned, I cannot fail to remind myself that the concept of stability policing is intrinsically a representation of an approach that must keep a dimension of temporariness. This must be a bridging function until the host nation is able to move forward independently to the complete achievement of territorial sovereignty. But I do not believe that it can be transformed into a permanent internal support tool for the state to fulfill its primary function, and from this point of view, I recall that the international mission in Afghanistan lasted practically 20 years. I leave the conclusion to the qualified parterre of this conference.
È trascorso poco meno di un anno, credo fosse ottobre, da quando in questa stessa sala ho rivolto un saluto alla conferenza dei direttori dei NATO COE. Eppure, a distanza di così breve tempo, il mondo non è più lo stesso. Il mondo è cambiato ed è in cambiamento la stessa visione strategica dell'Alleanza Atlantica. Per un verso con nuove e per certi aspetti inattesi, almeno fino a poco tempo fa, allargamenti verso il Baltico, e soprattutto con il passaggio dalla Russia putiniana, da partner esterno dell'alleanza, a nemico.
A little less than a year has passed since in the same room I greeted the NATO COE's Director Conference, and yet the world has not been the same after such a brief time. The world has changed, and with it the strategic vision of the Atlantic Alliance, with new and by some means unexpected, at least until some time ago, enlargements toward the Baltics, and above all, with the transition of Putin's Russia from external partner to enemy.
Il concetto strategico è decisamente nuovo. La crisi russo-ucraina ha cambiato il mondo e nulla può essere più lo stesso, credo, per un tempo decisamente lungo. I concetti di sicurezza internazionale ed interna mutano e si impongono scelte politiche, strategiche e militari che tengano conto dei nuovi scenari e dei nuovi pericoli. In questo contesto geopolitico mondiale così mutato restano e anzi si aggravano le criticità e gli elementi di instabilità già esistenti, oltre ad aprirsi prospettive di nuovi fronti possibili in ambito europeo. E nel quadro che si va delineando, credo di poter dire che cresce ancora di più il rilievo dello stability policing, che costituisce fondamento teorico ed operativo per gli interventi in situazioni di crisi ad opera di forze di polizia a ordinamento civile o militare.
The strategic concept is definitely new. The Russian-Ukrainian crisis has changed the world, and nothing can be the same again, I estimate, for quite a long time to come. The concepts of international and internal security are changing, and political, strategic, and military decisions are needed to reflect the new scenarios and threats. In this changing global geopolitical context, the critical points and the element of instability that already exist remain and even intensifies, as does the prospect of possible new fronts in European area. And in the emerging framework, I believe that I can affirm that the importance of stability policing, which provides the theoretical and operational basis for crisis management by civilian or military police forces, will increase even more.
Faccio a tutti dunque i migliori auguri per il futuro che verrà, certo della piena condivisione da parte vostra che ogni sforzo dovrà essere diretto ancora più che in passato ad assicurare la crescita di tutte le relazioni strategiche funzionali agli interessi della pace mondiale e, ove mai occorresse, alla difesa comune.
I therefore wish you all the best for the future, and I'm sure that you fully agree that all efforts must be directed, even more than before, towards ensuring the development of all strategic relations that serve the interests of world peace and, wherever necessary, common defense.
Thank you for your attention.
I'm really pleased, honored to give you the floor, sir, to the Deputy Commander. As I mentioned, one of the founding fathers of stability policing, and I have the privilege to serve with him in the first multinational specialized unit in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe. Authorities, dear guests, at first let me express on behalf of the Carabinieri Commanding General, Lieutenant General Teo Luzzi, the warmest, earliest regards to all of you and my gratitude to the Center's Director, Colonel De Magistri, for hosting this event, which gathers in this beautiful city of Vicenza such a distinguished audience and so many expertise from different countries and international organizations. All of us acknowledge the utmost importance of the lessons learned analysis process as a tool for improving the capabilities and of any community of interest and its crisis response skills. The complex international scenario, the new demands of reference and the hybrid threats that we are calling upon to address are factors which require the adoption of common strategies in order to stabilize crisis areas all over the world. Stability policing is a powerful tool available to the international community, operating as a modern and flexible formula in the stabilization process and preventing advanced threats. In this regard, stability policing focuses on the civilian population and the local authorities to re-establish law and order, thus operating at the different levels of the chain of command in a systematic and comprehensive approach that pays particular attention to training and assessing the host nations' law enforcement agencies, improving their capabilities and restoring law and order in a stable environment are crucial in a rebuilding process of a nation and in the restabilization of the long-term governance. When it comes to stability policing, gendarmerie type of forces are best suited to act as stability police forces. They are forces with a specific military police status, but are equipped and trained to perform police tasks, able to assess the complex reality of any unsustainable situation through the blue lenses. Stability policing contributes to the rapid transition of police responsibilities to the host nation in compliance with the principle of local ownership, as the Prefetto just mentioned a few minutes ago. In this respect, stability policing allows to speed up the establishment of a safe and secure environment, thus mitigating the risk of an overstretching mission and capitalizing the gains of the military campaign. The Afghan experience has taught us a lot. The Carabinieri, as an integral part of the Italian military instrument operating in the complex Afghan scenario, performed their role since the beginning, with a special focus on capacity building activities in support of local policies. Are we satisfied today with the end state of the mission? Can we say mission accomplished? On this common basis, I'm sure that both the work carried out during the workshop and the distinguished interventions we will be listening today will provide us better information, enhancing better answers and understanding. Some could pose the question, despite the great commitment today, we are not fully satisfied with it. If it is the case, we should start from this statement that the mistakes made in the past can be turned into our strength to end the right answers to the next challenges the Alliance is called upon to face, and we know what's going on our eastern borders. Somebody said it's not enough to win a war, it's more important to organize the peace. Today we can affirm that organizing the peace means projecting stability. Thank you for being here, for your commitment and for your effort in strengthening the ties of cooperation in our common project of making the world a better place. Now, with deep honor, I declare the working session, the Lessons Learned Conference, opened. Thank you very much.
Now we will broadcast the video recorded by Major General from the Portuguese police, Luis Ribeiro Carrillo, who is the United Nations police advisor based in New York. He couldn't attend, but he was so nice to record a message for us and send it through. So please.
My dear friend, Colonel Giuseppe Di Magistris, Director of the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you virtually for this conference. The United Nations Police have enjoyed a long and fruitful relationship with the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence. To formalize this partnership, in April, we signed a cooperation action points related to the development of doctrine, sharing of good practices, lessons learned, and knowledge management resources. And of course, training of member state police for international deployments. We think the signing is an important step, a first one, towards more effective and sustained cooperation between our organizations in the area of policing. As you may know, capacity building and development is one of the two main mandatory tasks of the United Nations Police, in addition to operational support. Police reform, as part of the broader rule of law reform, is an important aspect of transitions and exit strategies. And since 2003, the Security Council has mandated the United Nations Police across the board to help build the policing capacities of our host state counterparts. With police officers coming from more than 90 different countries, the need for a comprehensive doctrine defining what we do and how we approach our tasks gave rise to the development of the United Nations Strategic Guidance Framework for International Policing, or SGF, our global police doctrine. Developed with partners, including NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence, this overarching policy foundation, which guides all United Nations police activities related to police administration, capacity building, command and operations, is already helping us achieve coherence, reproduce our past successes, and avoid, of course, past mistakes. We believe the strategic guidance framework could be useful for any organization or country that deploys police internationally to ensure that the assistance they provide is in line with international norms and standards, human rights compliant, gender responsive, and evidence-based. We have shared all the strategic guidance framework materials with the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence and actively encourage their adoption to make their resources compatible and valid for use by the United Nations. Furthermore, to ensure that all United Nations peacekeeping personnel have a common understanding of United Nations policing and can function in an integrated manner once deployed in the field, applying the same principles and standards, the pre-deployment training delivered by our member states and training provided by the United Nations is essential. With our member states, we created the UNPO Training Architecture Program, the initial meeting for which was organized in Brindisi, Italy in 2019, with the welcome participation of the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence to improve and develop existing, and of course to develop a new material for the United Nations Police Training materials in accordance with the strategic guidance throughout the training continuum, from pre-deployment to induction and from in mission to post-service. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, as the focus of this workshop is on learning from the past, one key lesson I can share is that, whether considering collaboration with other organizations or with other components in an integrated mission, it is important to set clear parameters from the outset. A fundamental issue for the United Nations Police is that we must keep a distinct civilian profile to build and maintain trust with the community. Our roles and responsibilities, command and control in relation to the military and other actors must be clearly delineated, including the transfer of responsibilities in case of unified command. No doubt, future challenges will demand that we remain agile and innovative in terms of deployment modalities and compositions. Balancing military and police assets in response to host state requirements and throughout missions life cycles in line with each component's role and comparative advantages is essential to paving the way for sustainable peace. Thanks to our training, methods and equipment, the United Nations Police are often better prepared to address public order disturbances, crime and criminal violence, including serious and organized crime and other conflict threats. This has been particularly true in settings with high levels of urban violence. For example, as we saw in Haiti during the transition from a multidimensional peacekeeping operation, MINUSTA, to the first rule of law justice mission called MINUJUST, UNPO were critical in building the capacities of the Asian National Police to address criminal gang activity. Dear colleagues, our Secretary General has noted, and I quote, "The future of peacekeeping operations is linked to the United Nations Police. A key political tool for the organization, UNPO, support and advance all the United Nations peace and security, human rights and development objectives, building on the Action for Peacekeeping, or A4P, and A4P+, the Sustainable Development Agenda, and the Secretary General Common Agenda. Achieving the full promise of United Nations Police will require continually evaluating and addressing several strategic and operational challenges, including responding to the increasing complexity of operations in high-risk environments, aligning mandated tasks, authorizing postures, and advancing the available resources. Increasing nominations of personnel with the required skill sets, ensuring mobile units are well trained and well equipped, accessing and maximizing new technologies, and mitigating the environmental impact of peace operations. Interoperability through enhanced partnerships will be critical to these efforts. To this end, we recently established the United Nations Interagency Task Force on Policing, co-chaired by the United Nations Department of Peace Operations and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, to provide strategic level coordination of the policing assistance delivered throughout the United Nations system. While it is only currently open to UN entities, the aim is to invite external organizations as observers where relevant. The NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence could, for example, contribute an invaluable perspective, particularly in the early strategic planning stages, to avoid the potential security gap. Ladies and gentlemen, I will conclude by noting that we will host the third United Nations Chiefs of Police Summit, or UN COPS, from 31st August to 1st September in New York, United States of America. It will be the premier gathering of senior police and law enforcement officials to discuss the most pressing contemporary issues for global peace and security and the most effective policing responses. I hope to welcome all your country's ministers and police executives to this event. Working hand in hand with our member states and other partners, such as NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence, we will continue enhancing our credibility, our relevance, and our impact on the lives of the people we serve. Thank you to the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence for organizing this important discussion, and thanks to Italy for hosting the NATO Stability Policing Center of Excellence, as well as our United Nations Police standing police capacity in Brindisi. Grazie mille, buon auguri, thank you very much.
Indeed, the United Nations Police Division is an important counterpart for the Center of Excellence, and this shows us stability policing is a tool which is available across the main international organizations from different, there is always a different maybe perspective, but still we want to bring the police dimension into military operations. So without further ado, now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Tim Dickens from the UK MOD, and he works also for NATO, who is our brilliant moderator. So Tim, the floor is yours, and many thanks for having you here. Thank you so much.
Good morning. General, Your Excellency, good morning, and thank you. As Colonel de Magistris just said, I work for the UK Ministry of Defence, but I actually work for NATO at the NATO Intelligence Fusion Centre, which is based at RAF Molesworth in the United Kingdom, which is a joint venture with our US colleagues from US EUCOM. And we've been supporting NATO, and particularly SHAPE, in the form of supporting SACEUR in Mons, since about 2006. And what we have is a gathering of some of the finest analysts from across the NATO enterprise. And so what has that got to do with why am I here this week and today? It's partly because I was asked to come along and add an element of independence. I have very limited experience of policing stability. I've had some operational experience on the ground with the results of it, mainly I have to say the Carabinieri in Kosovo, and it was eye-opening for me of that difference between the standard military approach to many of our activities, particularly in the UK, as you're talking, I am talking from a nation that does not have the same kind of capability. And I have to say, there have been occasions in our history in the UK where we really probably could have done with that, not least in a part of the United Kingdom called Northern Ireland. But we don't, and we don't have a lot of experience as we have in this room here. So what I've been hopefully be able to bring this week is a little bit of independence to be able to understand, and I've learned a lot this week, and thank you, sir, for that. It's been illuminating. That said, I have done a little bit of time in the United Kingdom with our National Crime Agency. I was loaned to them by the MOD to help with their intelligence function, which of course, intelligence in the law enforcement community is often quite different from that in the military community. But where you have organisations like the Carabinieri and the gendarmeries, there's an opportunity to close that gap. And I think that's one of the greatest things that potentially going forward would be a huge advantage to all of us whose objective is to stop conflict and to resolve conflicts across the world. So thank you for inviting me here this week. It's been fascinating. Excuse me. Today, part of my role as one of the native speakers is also to help host the day and take us between the many different and interesting speakers that we have, whether they be online or whether they be here in person. Again, as a native speaker within NATO, we often get that role, and we're more than happy to add that little bit to NATO because we tend to use English as our main language of communication across the alliance. So that's been part of my role. And another part of my role, most importantly, I think, this week, has been the hard work that's gone on since Tuesday morning with many of the participants who are still here in the room today, where we use the NATO methodology of lessons learned to try and look at the situation in Afghanistan, not just to agree with what happened, because I think a lot of us already know what happened, but it was coming together to agree and assess the impact of what happened is the important piece. And the most important piece of any lessons learned activity is to make sure we do learn them and that we do things differently and we do things better. Now, there's a very, very good chance that NATO will unfortunately be involved again in some kind of conflict resolution across the world. It may not be in a country like Afghanistan. It could be on our doorstep again in Europe, hopefully not, where we've had experience in the past. And with NATO's remit broadening slowly and steadily to other parts of the world, we cannot be assured that countries in Asia and the Far East may not be an area of interest to NATO. So what we have learned from Afghanistan, probably very painfully for all of our nations, the blood and treasure spent on trying to support Afghanistan through that very difficult time. We need to learn from a stability policing perspective how we would do this differently and again. But first of all, we needed to agree with what happened. So what we've had this week is over 30 participants with a huge amount of expertise, from Professor Jalil to some of our younger colleagues from the Atlantic Alliance, who are challenging the thoughts of the previous generations. We added them all together with experienced gendarmerie officers, carabinieri officers, and independents like myself. You've got to explain it to me. And we worked in 3 separate groups to look at what happened and give some thought to how it might have been able to have been done differently. And as the Colonel said earlier, this is not about apportioning blame, because it is very easy to look back from a point now and look back in hindsight and say, well, we always knew that would happen. No, we didn't. When we were there, we were doing the best that we could in most situations. So what we have to learn by looking back is how we try not to make those mistakes in future conflicts. So we had over 30 analysts working away very hard with 3 sets of moderators whose job it was to keep people on track, to avoid any blame storming, to keep people not just sharing knowledge, but sharing understanding. And to get to understanding from knowledge means applying some assessment, some rigor, the kind of things that we normally do in the intelligence environment. And therefore, it seemed very appropriate to have an intelligence analyst offer some support to that process. And I'm delighted to have been able to do that, sir. Thank you. So what we are going to do next for the audience here is to look at what our findings over that 2 days of really hard work. We split the groups into three different groups. One was looking at tactical lessons, one was looking at more operational, and one was looking at strategic. Operational, tactical, strategic. 20 years ago, it was very clear the difference between them. In these days, in modern times, the lines between what we used to call strategic or tactical and operational are very, very blurred. And my expectation was that would be themes coming out of the three groups that would be the same. And what was very pleasing yesterday, when we finally came together to present our conclusions to the Colonel, was that yes, those themes did appear in all three places, which highlights the need for a larger handful approach, looking at the whole problem and not through the lens of the simple tactical or the medium operational or the big-handed strategic. The strategic decision makers need to understand some of the very simple things on the ground when they're making decisions. And it's our job and the centre's job to make that really clear to all the audiences who have an impact on the future of policing stability. So what we're going to do now is present those by those three groups, and I will say now, you will hear some recurring interrelated and interdependent themes. How we take this work forward will be very much now down to the results of today, because people in the room today, you're here to work as well, not just here to listen. And we will want all the opinions today that we can muster, be it in the coffee room, be it in the side rooms, or be it through the presentations and the expertise that we're going to share. And so by the end of the day, the centre staff their heads will be on fire, as we say. And they will be gathering all of this. And over the next 2 to 3 months, I think it is, producing a solid document of lessons learned taken from this conference and the activities that we've done over the last 48 hours. This is just the start. This is a big process. So please don't see what we're just about to present as a final solution. It's the platform that the centre needs to start making those real in-depth analysis and assessment and recommendations to the senior policy makers. So to begin with, I'd like to call my good friend Duta, who's responsible for lessons learned at the centre, to introduce the first group. And what we'll do is we will go through all of them. It will take about 40 minutes. The presenters are very aware that we've got to keep moving because there's a lot to talk about. 20 years of Afghanistan is a lot to talk about in 40 minutes. But we will do our best, so please bear with us, and at the end of that, we'll be able to take a break. Sir, if that's okay with you, we will continue with our assessments. Duta.
Good morning from me. I'm Colonel Dorin Luță. I am the head of the Lessons Learned branch in the NATO SPCOE, and I'm speaking from the specialist perspective to introduce the tactical syndicate in which we worked to discover more about the real experience on the ground and the interaction between the international police elements of NATO with the local police and also with the NATO hierarchy in Kabul. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Emanuele Barbieri, who will present and who will be followed by Ms. Selmi Yilmaz from IATA.
Distinguished authorities, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Emanuele Barbieri. I am the 1st Regiment Carabinieri Paratroopers Training Department Commander, and I'm going to introduce you the outcome of our syndicate. And before starting with our outcome, is my interest to introduce you two important concepts, that is to say the POMLT and the PAT concept. That is to say, the POMLT was a police operational mentor and liaison team whose task was to teach, to coach, to mentor, to train the Afghan uniform police in order to help them to perform in the best ways possible their job, assisting them in the operational planning and in performing of their activities. Once this unit would be considered effective and self-sustained, the POMLT was exchanged with the PAT, that is to say, police advising team, whose task was mainly to advise them in order to offer accountable police to the population and the coalition. So, according to our syndicate, thanks to the experience of every member of the syndicate, the first point, the first observation that we wanted to offer you is, the title is Tour of Duty Rotation of International Personnel in Mentoring Missions. Okay, I want to introduce you one important concept that will guide us in all my explanation, that is to say the concept of trust, the concept of to build a relationship that is a one-to-one relationship. Every member of the POMLT, or every member of the PAT, has to build a personal relationship with the Afghan officer, the police officer, that he has to mentorize or to advise. So it's really important that the person is able to find out the key in order to overwhelm the cultural and language barrier that obviously are present because of a different culture. So, how we can create this relationship? For sure, we have the constraint of the time, and because the POMLT and the PAT missions normally take no more than 6 months of employment in a mission abroad, you can easily understand that 6 months are not really enough. But they have to be used in the best ways possible. So what we observe is that we cannot exchange all a POMLT team at the same time, because of course it would be a very big hole in the relationship, in the project that is going on. So it is not only a question of changing the team together, but also helps the person who has to do the handover, takeover, guarantee the possibility to introduce this new element of the POMLT in the work that he has to perform. So what we want to offer as a takeaway is that we have to ensure the continuity of the mentors team through rotation at different moments inside the team. These teams were usually made up of 6-10 members. So we suggest not to change all of them at the same time, but introducing a rotation, so to change, for example, 2 every 2 months. This will permit to help the new elements to enter in the job and to start to create their relationship with the counterparts. But it's not also a question of changing the whole team, it's also a question of changing the single person. We have to assure at least 1 month of handover takeover so that everyone can be introduced and create his step in the relationship, the personal relationship with the counterpart, especially for if we want to take in consideration the regional provincial command, the regional police command, and the provincial police commander. Second point. The title is Enabling Relations Between the International Mentor and the Local Police Commander. Again, I say again our guiding concept, trust, one-to-one trust. If we have the wrong person that has to maybe mentorize, imagine a provincial commander or a regional police commander that is not skilled, that has not experience, that doesn't know how to perform his job, or worse, is corrupted, try to collect money thanks to his position. So what is really important is that the main position that has to be covered by the Afghan authority in the police tree chain of command should be persons who are honest, skilled, and know very well to do their job, especially in order to create a staff of honest and experienced personnel. And how can the mentor helps this type of performance? The mentor periodically sent a report to ISAF or to the Central Command of Kabul. But sometimes these reports were not really taken in consideration. So our suggestion is this one, is that the central authority should take into account primarily the integrity, skills, and professionalism of the persons. They are the face of the government of Afghanistan towards the population. When the population see the chief of police, provincial, regional, or district level, doesn't matter, they see the GIROA in front of them. GIROA is the Islamic government of Afghanistan. Sorry if I have to clarify that. And if they are not honest, if they are not really helpful for the population, probably population will start to think that would be better to back again to the tribal institution and organization, being helped by the warlord of the region. So they are the face of the government. They should be accountable. And moreover, we are beside them. So everything that is considered about the chief of police reflects on the coalition personnel that is mentoring or advising him. If we support someone who is not honest, corrupted, probably population will think that NATO wants to have this type of person at the higher level of the organization of police. Obviously, as I told you before, this consideration that the mentor for sure will put on the report should be taken into a careful account by the upper organization of ISAF of the coalition forces involved. Third one is the lack of coordination between different actors when approaching the local police commander. It was funny because when I was the provincial mentor commander of the POMLT in Farah, every day when I was seated beside the provincial commander of Farah, I saw a lot of people coming inside, belonging to international organization, non-governmental organization, coalition forces, national individuals, every one of them offering training, logistic support, money, without no coordination. So you can imagine that the provincial commander could start to think, I don't like to have a mentor. I can manage my affairs in my own way without the support of him. This could never happen. The mentor should be the focal point for the NATO organization, but it should be also the liaison towards the other organization. Of course, we can oblige all the others to liaison with him, but for sure, and this is the point that we want to propose you, is that there should be an SOP, there should be a fixed rules. Thanks to that, the mentor can be considered the point of reference for everyone in the relationship with the provincial or regional or district commander. Thanks to that, probably the mentor could be considered higher from the authority as important for his job. And for sure, we can also optimize the efforts in favor of the Afghan counterparts, and also we can start to fight against corruption, because you can understand that if the Afghan counterpart has a lot of people offering money, we are favoring the rising of the corruption. Last but not the least is the proper resources for the host nation police. You know that Afghan police was started to be built in 2009 and 10, 8 years after the starting of the mission. Is not acceptable. POMLT and PAT shows that the employment of stability policing assets can help to build this type of organization, and we know that the police is the direct contact between the government and the population. They are on the ground, boots on the ground everywhere. We have the example of our gendarmerie task force that has a capillary spread all over the territory. They have the pulse of the situation because they stay day by day with the population. We started in Afghanistan in 2009 and 10, and this was a very big mistake. Why? Because we haven't good tools on the ground, but moreover, we see this policeman. I don't know if you know the character of cartoon Calimero. Is a little black bird that suffers because of his size and color against the other. The police, the Afghan National Police, were like Calimero towards the ANA, the Afghan National Army. Afghan National Army is well equipped, is well paid, they had very good infrastructure supporting them in their job. Why? While the police has no equipment, no weapons, no magazine, no equipment for sustaining the winter weather. They have no medical kits, radios, and they are spread in the middle of nowhere of the territory of Afghanistan without any support. Some of them were told, go, stay there for 3 weeks to do a checkpoint, and then we will substitute you in the future. And they remained there for 4 or 5 months without any support, without no money, no food, no water, no clothes. So you can imagine that immediately when a Taliban comes and say, do you want to stay with us instead of the government that forgot you there? They say yes. This could be also something that has to be considered when the Taliban's last August enter in Afghanistan and no one stopped them. We abandoned them in the middle of nowhere. It's not acceptable for any one of us. Some of them, after being abandoned in the middle of nowhere, start to say, oh, okay, I don't receive money. The few money that I receive, probably most of them are retained by my commander because he's corrupted. So what I have to do? Okay, I go to collect the poppy and I will gain a lot of money. And so we start to have defection in the numbers of the manpower of police. So what we did, we asked to the villagers, to the chief of the village, okay, please give me other 2 or 3 people, they will be the next policemen. People without any literacy, people that doesn't know how to do their job, people who are not able to perform their job because they were not trained and sustained. So, what we suggest, okay, another things that I want to highlight is that all these policemen abandoned start also to be corrupted. They need to eat, they need money, and so they start to be the one that ask for money for all the people passing by without doing their work as a policeman. So what we suggest, sorry, I go back. Okay. NATO needs to invest adequately in the host nation police development in order to provide rule of law in a safe and secure environment. We cannot forget that police is a very important actor in every mission, in every country. They are the one that can help population to really believe in what we are doing. They really believe in the support of a coalition force in order to create, as I say you before, the safe and secure environment. Thank you so much.
Good morning, I'm Selin Yilmaz. I am the president of Youth Atlantic Treaty Association of Turkey and here today as a representative of international chapter. From now on, I'll continue my slides with literacy problem in Afghanistan. As the national campaign has collapsed and failed in Afghanistan, the rate of literacy was really low. And with this low rate of literacy, the police had to work with illiterate policemen who are not capable of even fulfilling daily law functions of policemen, such as taking witness statements and preparing reports. This created a huge problem in especially trainings by international policies, because they didn't even fulfill all the requirements because the policemen could not able to. The problem was detected very late because it's detected when the international police had arrived. So we did not have time to fulfill this requirement. This is why the first takeaway that we want to say is that even though it hardened the way that we wanted to train the police and have a better police force, we should not be engaged with this because it is not under the scope of the police work. What we do believe that we have to share and partner with international organizations to fulfill this literacy problem. The second title that I want to go for is regarding the gender perspective. When you take Afghanistan's situation into consideration, you can clearly say that women or men are not equal. The host nation did not understand how important it is for them to recruit and train female police officers, especially in cultural aspects, because women are more vulnerable in that field, as well as they are not so open sharing with the victims that they are generally the victims of with male police officers. This is why the existence of female police officers provide them more security and more comfort to be a part of this stabilization process. And also another problem that we detected regarding the gender perspective is that it is very difficult to send international women mentors to the field. There are two different reasons behind that. One of them is that the logistic and personnel problems. So when you take into consideration the position of Afghanistan and the logistics, it is very hard for women to stand there and want to even go there for the duty. On the other hand, again with the cultural aspects, male police officers of the hosting nation is not respecting enough female international mentors as much as they do to the male ones. But we do believe that this should not stop our mission to have gender equality in the field, and nations should encourage and facilitate the engagement of women as international police mentors and advisors to show that the gender equality is important and you can never underestimate the importance of women in a society. And the last title that I want to explain is pre-deployment training in facing local cultural challenges. There are so many cultural challenges, especially international forces are facing in the field. The most important one is the cultural shock, because the life that they're having at their homes is not different in the ones that they're having in Afghanistan. This is why the first shock affects their psychology badly. The reason that we want to put this here is that we believe to share and collect the same experiences from the people who had the same experiences to the ones who just arrived at the field. Also, the cultural advisors should be from the hosting nation, because understanding the nation is only paves the way for better stability policing by international actors. In order to understand a cultural aspect and dynamic of a nation, you need someone who truly lived in and understand what is happening and what are the dynamics of the nation. This is why the takeaways that we have regarding this issue is that we need to collect and share more within NATO the cultural and gender observations. And also military members and policemen should be together in training cultural aspects and pre-deployment period. The other takeaway that we have in here is that the phase 4. We believe that in the future exercises, it's supposed to prefer to be in phase 4, which is stabilization and reconstruction. Again, cultural advisors need to understand the situation and cultural dynamics of the country. This is why we are also again suggesting that the advisors must belong to host nation citizens. I would like to thank you on behalf of the Tactical Level Workshop Group, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you to Team Tactical. There will be opportunities for discussion and asking questions, but can I ask you to hold on to those excellent thoughts that have been provoked by the presentations till towards the end. So Team Operational, could you please come and deliver your presentations?
Good afternoon. My name is Travis Bolio. I'm from the Peacekeeping and Stability Operations Institute. And sir, thank you for this opportunity to present and to talk about the operational level and what our syndicate discussed in regards to stabilization policing. I just say I am not a police officer. I'm a stabilization-specific professional, and policing is such a huge part of that and something that we deal with. And over my term at PKSOI, I've learned a lot about policing, and this week I've continued to learn a lot about policing and how it's so much more important, and some lessons I wish I would have known when I was down at the operational level in Afghanistan, planning stabilization operations, and things that we could do differently. We have themes, as the moderator talked about, that are congruent with the tactical level that we're going to see in here, and some themes that carry on to the strategic level. But what I think about the operational level that's really important to note as we begin the discussion is how we tried to address topics that still allowed freedom for the tactical and the strategic level without overstepping outside of the operational level, but also looking at how these lessons learned apply to us as international actors, more so than just trying to talk about the Afghans, but how can we take this lesson for the next conflict, or how can we take this lesson to other operations that we're working on? So we distilled it down to four topics that we've addressed and some findings throughout there. The first one is the lack of mechanisms and procedures for building integrity. So this is tied closely to the previous group where they talked about trust, but we intentionally used the word integrity here to talk about things that we did that affected the integrity and the trust of the people towards the Afghan police force. They were out there doing that, and we did some steps that we think helped or hurt their legitimacy, and we could have corrected, we could have looked at differently that would have made them quite a bit more effective. The first part in there is the recruiting of the police. Depending on the areas, these were different throughout Afghanistan, but the police were recruited with a variety of different means, some of them because of family members, some of them from favor, some of them through corrupt means such as paying for the spot or moving there. And so that really hurt the integrity of the police force. The second one is through the payment of the police. And while a lot of times the international actors were funding the police force, they would send the funds through the police chiefs or other intermediaries that would take their cut through it. They would use that as means of controlling the police force. and then the local populace knew that the police force had other objectives. They would also, when holding back too much of the funds for salaries or paying the police, they would then find other means to collect it through checkpoints, bribery, and became a source for corruption that we identified could have been handled better. Funding mechanisms is similar, but it's different in when we were funding building police offices or infrastructure projects or other ones. We typically delegated that down to the police chief level, where they had the option to accept bribes, give it to family members. Other areas where it hurt their legitimacy, hurt their integrity, and ultimately the trust of the population. And the final one, the disconnect of the population. We saw that we took a lot of our data from just talking to who we were mentoring, the police chiefs or the key leaders in the area, and we didn't know what the population and what society felt about the police force. And as I understand, that's a large portion of how you're going to affect the community that you're policing in there, is how they feel about you in return, how they respect what you're doing, and how that you can work with them. Some of our takeaways for this, for police capacity building, we needed a culturally appropriate mechanism, and this is something we see through almost all of the findings that we have, whether it's this specific topic or the others, is we either threw out the Afghan system and then tried to bring in our own, or we didn't look through what's already working and what does the local populace see as an effective way to manage how we're going to build that capacity. And we also looked at the fact that we could have looked at prior to going in there, what was the police integrity and how we could develop that prior to going in there. Integrity is one of those things that once you lose it, you've lost it. And so we really needed to look at that going in instead of going in and then trying to recapture it after. It became a much harder battle for us. The next topic I'd like to cover is implementing of an inadequate police model. And so this comes down to the biggest part of this is we did not consider their existing structure. We didn't look at what they already had. There was something there before we came in, and we disregarded that, and we tried to bring in a lot of different police models, depending on which culture or which international actor was coming in to do the policing in that area. We brought in a lot of biases, and we didn't look at and we didn't respect what was already there or what the people went to resolve conflict or resolve issues that should have been handled by the police. We also looked at the fact that there's a lot of history and traditional norms that were there, whether we look at Sharia law, whether we look at how they view the elders and their adjudication, how they look at their justice system and what they see as important. Again, we tried to push our own issues on there, which is also more confusing with all the international and different traditions and norms that we brought in there. We also didn't synchronize how we did that. So one of the things that we talked a lot about is looking at having one country's in their training and mentoring, they go away, another country comes in and completely changes the way that they're training, mentoring, and advising them. Some of our takeaways from this is an understanding and awareness of what the international actors are doing through the police model. That comes down to that synchronizing, understanding how they can have a better police model. And then having whoever's the head of mission, considering the cultural norms and history in the justice system specifically, but also through the policing to involve where that's going. And involving trusted agents through the community. One of the things that we saw is when we saw that the system wasn't working, we tried to engage other influencers in the area, whether it was the appointed person or not, and that can delegitimize the police or the local authorities if we're going to shadow governments or if we're going to actors and influencers that aren't the one that are actually in that chain of the proper authority. Our third topic that we wanted to talk about was a lack of a stability policing mindset, as that wasn't really something that we did there. As a young lieutenant when I was in Afghanistan, I did stabilization and I knew nothing about policing. I definitely didn't have a stability policing mindset. And what we saw that brought us to is if you have somebody who just knows the military talking to police officers, they're going to talk specifically about security, which is a part of policing, but it's definitely not the whole part. And so we saw a lot of times where the advisors that were doing the advising and assisting were just trying to train police officers to fill the security gap and not looking at all the other community policing and community engagement related activities that they should have been looking for. There was also no central authority to deconflict the stability policing, what should have been a stability policing model that they had there. So there was a lot of different ideas about how the police should be set up and how they should be going. We did see that while we realized that the Afghan National Police and the Afghan National Army had different funding and they had different missions, there was a lot of times that we tried to train the ANA, or the ANP, to look like Afghan National Army. We tried to use them that way. We moved them out of the community so they couldn't be effective in policing and reaching and doing community policing activities. And we used the Afghan National Police Force a lot to do counterinsurgency operations instead of staying them on task towards at policing, which left a gap where the Taliban could exploit to fill that policing gap that we had taken the Afghan police and tried to coach them and advise them out into counterinsurgency operations. So we took some takeaways. We need to respond to the policing training and mentoring mission in a way with actual police officers that understand more than just the security capacity that they're trying to build. We needed to include that expertise, though, throughout the whole spectrum of the conflict, starting from the early stages of planning where we're going in, instead of waiting until the end of the conflict and then try to address the policing gap that has already created a vacuum that was already exploited by our adversaries. Our last topic that we covered in the operational syndicate was understanding the society environment. And policing inherently has to be involved in the society. That's a large point. If you separate everything from the security, and even that as well, is how do they engage with the society? We talk a lot about the culture and the history and the norms and how they do it, but we also need to consider for the policing the current society and how the people view the police force, how they trust them, and if they're going to them with their policing actions that they need done. There was also no consideration on how we employed and recruited police personnel, and then where we were going to place them and how the society felt with that. There were assumptions made by international actors, and we tried to dictate how they should do that. That wasn't necessarily culturally correct for that society. There was also issues in the society where pure military officers and enlisted members that were advising them didn't necessarily understand the difference between criminality and insurgency. And since we saw everything as insurgency, we would label things that were clearly crimes as insurgent actions, and then, arresting, we would move from arresting and detaining with no distinction to the justice system and the legal frameworks that were in place to actually handle those sort of operations. Some of the things we took away from this is we looked at we needed to really identify the societal differences between the social systems, identify how their society worked and where it was, where it needed more policing engagement, where it needed maybe less policing engagement, and we needed to include community policing principles throughout the spectrum of the operation. And that was something that community never goes away, even during a conflict when everything is going on. And so we needed those police officers to be identifying those principles. However, we had people advising that didn't even know what community policing was, so how could they train and mentor them on something that they didn't understand themselves? With that concludes the operational level.
Thank you very much. And our last presentation was the strategic view. I'll hand over to the team.
Distinguished military and civilian authorities, distinguished guests, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Matteo Salvatore, currently over at the regional HQ in Bolzano of the Carabinieri, and together with Ms. Arianna Biancardi, we'll give you an overview of the strategic issues that we identified through our syndicate. So I've had instructions that for the benefit of time, I'm going to have to sort of give a synthetic overview to try and keep our timetable. So as you've seen, we've talked about both the operational and tactical issues, and you'll see that there is a logical sequence of these findings of the syndicates that have transitioned neatly into our strategic syndicate findings. We'll be touching on planning, legal framework legitimacy, cultural context awareness and understanding, coherent police response to criminality, and the need of developing a communication strategy. So the first point that we found was the necessity of having an adaptive planning for post-conflict to include policing, and namely stability policing. Why is that? So the findings was, of course, after the liberation of Afghanistan, there was the understanding that, of course, the mission was accomplished. We all remember the TV scene on the aircraft carrier with the banner "Mission Accomplished," and what the international community wasn't really aware was the fact that we had the endeavor of having a nation to rebuild completely, and that wasn't exactly clear. Furthermore, the fact that we had defeated the Taliban gave that sort of false sense of security that the problem had been sort of swept away under the rug. And then there was this false perception of liberation. Therefore, maybe the prospects of the problems that were ahead of us were not that clear. Of course, we identified the issue that within the planning process, there had been no policing experts had been involved in that planning process, because of course the view was a liberation of the country, the necessity of having a strong army to liberate the country. We identified also the fact that, of course, the various NATO countries are not structured or resourced to actually offer a type of international police assistance can be adherent to actually the reality that we have. We touched upon also SSR, and that is the security sector reform issues. That, of course, to have an effective SSR, you require to have a government that has the capacity to provide a stable and secure environment, and that is through also various actors, which one of the main ones, as was already touched on before, is of course the police. The police, that is one of the main actors, like in any country, that is a link between the government and the population. We touched briefly upon also the issue of the short rotations, and that is about, of course, the loss of institutional memory that can be due to short handover and takeover periods, actually not being at all backfilled because of other problems. So more often than not, the advisors and mentors found themselves starting every time from scratch. And led and linked into that, there's also the lack of a standardized advising and mentoring training, overview on policy, and therefore not also having at the beginning advising in the field. What are the takeaways from these first findings on the adaptive planning? Of course, the necessity of having an early situational assessment, having after a control of what will be what we achieved. So we identify the fact that, okay, we have a plan. We know that very well that plans fail as soon as they're in contact with the enemy. But in this case, we would have the necessity of checking how this plan actually relates to what is happening on the ground. Therefore, I'll skip, sorry, to the last point, the necessity of having a situational update that feeds into creating a quality assurance policy. Within that, of course, with the planning, we should have a roadmap in which we identify various periods of transitions that go from the famous green to blue, so the various responsibilities between the army transitioning to a robust police effort to a more blue police. Because one of the issues that we had was the police that had become completely militarized within the host country. And furthermore, establish a common directive for mentoring and advising, at least having at least a strategic direction to where all the advising and mentoring wants to go, and prioritizing the security sector governance. So I will be touching upon another couple of points, but now I'll leave the floor to Ms. Arianna.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mrs. Biancardi. I'm from IATA International, and I'm on the board of IATA Piedmont. The second issue that we have to face off is legitimate of international and locally accepted legal framework agreed and established in advance. Our findings are that we are not analyzing local application of law, Sharia, common law, and customer law as well, balanced with a national legal framework and process. International acceptation, that's about time and pace of change. Even through focus on international monetary law, gender mainstreaming, corruption, and another special interest, did not develop justice international in a parallel with policing and security, so stable, absorptive capacity and future to sustain themselves. The second problem that we have is legitimate, international and locally. That's why our takeaway, a look at formal document with NATO that could address approach to the legal framework, concept, train, exercise, and doctrine, feed into a concept to develop and test with expectation and validation. The third problem was about understanding local culture and social context over appropriate time frames. Our findings are a missing of a tailored training, a lack of language knowledge, as well as a lack of contextual languages, and lack of adequate linguistic and cultural advisor, and as well a lack of aware of sensibility. Our takeaway for these points are understanding and deal with local culture and social practice, legible in trust with the community, which is essential for stability policing. Planning and research operational institution for training cultural anthropology specialists in order to gain understanding of the cultural context in advice and ongoing. Define a standardization employment policy and cultural specialist. Thank you.
All right, so maybe one thing that I forgot to say before is, like, as a strategic syndicate, we try to make a step back towards the actual Afghan theater to try and make something that would be then for the works of the NATO SPCOE, to make a document that could be more generalistic for the future use. So we purposely not pinpointed ANA or ANP. And that's why, for example, there were references to both the Sharia common law and other aspects that are not just particular to the Afghan theater. So next point was the necessity of finding a coherent response to a nexus between criminality and negative response, including insurgency and terrorism. This was also touched upon by our operational colleagues, because the fact was that in a particular theater, as the Afghan theater, of course, there is a very interlinked effort between criminality and the insurgency and terrorism. But how do we define insurgency? What is terrorism? And of course, according to the different areas, you could have different answers. So the findings was that you did not have a traditional police approach because of that problem. Therefore, also, as it was mentioned, we created the police from scratch in 2009, 2010. Therefore, we needed to actually create a police and give definitions of what they were supposed to do and how they were supposed to do it. Of course, we had the challenges with the managing of funds, and of course the lack of accountability. That is something that, together with sustainability, that creating a system that can last through time, is also the concept of a lack of accountability. Who is responsible for what? And we know very well from our experiences that that was one of the major challenges. And as we said, because of the reality we were working into, both at a police level and a criminal justice level, the lines between criminality and insurgency are very blurred, and that was difficult to identify according to what we were doing. So the takeaways, again, creating an SSR model where you tailor the organizations to specific duties like the army and the police, therefore giving the correct duties to the police and not making it another military force present on the ground, the implementation of good governance, and again having stability policing experts and elements actually participate in the creation of this SSR plan and project. Last but not least, we have the development of our communication strategy. Again, for the benefit of time, I will give you the very summarized version of the slide. What is important is that when we develop our Stratcom, everybody knows exactly what we're doing and who are we doing it for. Therefore, having a plan that tells what the mission is doing at all levels, within the host country, within for the regional actors around the host country, for all the international actors that are actually present in country, which is one of the most difficult things. Because again, I will link to what was already said. It's like when we go in a host nation, the stakeholders are multiple. You have NATO, you have the coalition, you have the embassies, you have the ONGs, you have the UN. I could go on. And it's always difficult to find and sit down at the table and actually coordinate all the efforts. Therefore, you need to communicate also to the other international partners what we're doing. And finally, we need to communicate to ourselves, to our country, what we plan to achieve. And specifically, I'll say, because we're in Italy with the Carabinieri, I'll explain also to the Italians why the Carabinieri, instead of doing normal police work in country, actually deployed abroad, trying to do the same in another country. So, takeaways, again, creating a standardized operating procedure or SOP, for those who are versed in the acronyms, to allow this type of communication throughout the various entities, and identifying all various resources that are required in advance to create this Stratcom strategy. And last but not least, I would underline the final point that we have is that ensure that all this strategy has an operation output on the ground. Because or else, as I like to say, and I hope nobody gets offended, we always talk about the sex of angels in a way of saying that we never get to an actual point, but we have to make operational the strategy in a way that then we can actually have a measurement of the effects and what we're doing in country. And with that, I would like to say, pending any questions, I hope not, we finish our strategic syndicate endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really well done to all the three teams. In 1 hour, we have synthesized 2 days of 30-plus analysts discussing a 20-year conflict. And we managed to synthesize that in just an hour, sir. This material is going to be very thought-provoking for the Centre. As I said at the beginning, we hope it becomes the basis of the lessons learnt project that will come out of this conference. And frankly, guys, well done. That was a fantastic effort in getting across in such a short space of time, and for the effort that you've all put in over the last 3 days. As a consequence, as we mentioned, no plan survives first contact with the enemy, and therefore our schedule for the conference this morning is also slightly now awry. And because everybody needs a nice break, we're going to go straight down to coffee and have that break now. Professor Morrow, we will be taking his presentation slightly later in the schedule, and therefore, can I stress though, please, can you be back up here at 11:40? Please be back in your seats if you can possibly be at 11:40, so that we can keep to the schedule as much as possible. Thank you very much. Sirs, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the coffee break. Can I ask you to take your seats as we are ready for our first live presentation. General, sirs, ma'ams, ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker this morning on loudspeaker, can I introduce to you Mr. Cenk Korhan Demir, who's an Associate Professor in Political Science and International Relations at Hasan Kalyoncu University in Ankara. He's carried out various domestic and international duties for over 37 years before his retirement from the rank of a gendarmerie colonel in Turkey. He had undertaken commanderships in commando company and battalion, as well as county gendarmerie commander. Demir has worked on 2 peace support operations in Bosnia-Herzegovina and in Afghanistan. During the former one, he held the post of Intelligence Architecture Manager in 2005 for U4, and later Intelligence Police Advisor in 2014 at NATO. He's written 3 books regarding insurgency, terrorism, and international security. He's also the author of various articles published in internationally referenced journals. His academic interests particularly focused on terrorism, international security sector reconstruction, and intelligence and war studies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cenk Korhan Demir.
Thank you for the good introduction, and I'm happy to be here, General Director. I'm very happy to address such a distinguished guest, and I'd like to thank you all to invite me here and giving the opportunity to address this audience. So, my presentation title is like the reconstruction of the army in post-conflict Afghanistan. So it will reflect my ground experience on the field, and it will also mirror the relevant literature. But here I choose the title as the reconstruction of the army on purpose, because it's always thought of that the security sector reconstruction is very same the reconstruction of the army in post-conflict Afghanistan. With the term of post-conflict Afghanistan, I mean the period between 2001 and 2017, which covers the research period. So, here is my agenda. I will begin with the security sector reconstruction and stability policing. I'll give the relevant literature to provide the same ground here in the hall. And later, I will touch upon my methodology of the research and the SSR process in Afghanistan. And later, I will share my research outcomes as two main topics, strengths and weaknesses of the SSR in Afghanistan, and some conclusion and takeaways. So the security sector reform and security sector reconstruction are two terms that conflicted mostly. The security sector reform is a concept coined by the UK Secretary of State, firstly, in 1999, but it's defined OECD Development Assistance Committee in 2004 as follows. So the most important topic here is the security sector reform provides well-functioning security framework. In the UN Security Council resolution in 2014, it's also defined by the reforming security sector in post-conflict environments is critical to the consolidation of peace and stability. But before going further to the security sector reform, we must firstly emphasize upon the importance of security sector reconstruction, because it comes just before the security sector reform endeavors. The security sector reconstruction programs mostly executed in post-conflict environment to create and improve security institutions. Here we can see the diagrams of the process of the security sector reconstruction. Firstly, the security sector can be divided into four dimensions. The core security sectors, security management and oversight bodies, justice and law enforcement institutions, and non-statutory security forces. So any security sector reconstruction program must be carried out to take into account of all these dimensions. And the security sector reconstruction can be ended with the political, social, economical, as well as institutional reforms. But the most important point here, I would like to state that there is some preconditions needed here to begin any security sector reconstruction. The first one here, as you see, the stable security environment. Without providing stable security environment, you cannot begin any security sector reconstruction or reform program. So firstly, we need to mitigate insecurity or persistent insecurity in the operational environment. So with the stability policing or the stability policing organizations are good candidates to cover all these tasks. The aim of stability policing is to establish a safe and secure environment, as you all know, restore public order and security, and contribute to create the conditions for effective governance. And the four types of interrelated stability activities are security and control, support to security sector reconstruction and reform programs, support to restoration of services, and support to governance tasks. So here I would like to emphasize that stability policing and security sector reconstructions are very interrelated programs and endeavors. Because in post-conflict countries, such as Afghanistan after 2001, these countries face some idiosyncratic problems, idiosyncratic security problems. So we cannot define these security problems with criminality terms or with the terms of combat operations. It's very different. It is between these threats. So there are some challenges you can see here on the slide. For instance, revenge killings, religious and ethnic-based tensions, and major crimes, civil disturbances, acts of terror, looting, armed resistance, war crimes, human trafficking. So I drew this picture from the AGP 3-22. Here you see the policing gap here. The dotted lines here represent the targeted police capacity. And the straight line here with the dark line refers to indigenous police. So to meet the operational demands in the post-conflict countries, the capacity of individual policy, the capacity of the individual policing has not been adequate to cover all the demands, to fulfill all the tasks faced in the operational environment. So this policy gap can be covered by force structure that constitute of civilian police, gendarmerie type forces, and military forces. Here, I would like to, let's assume that the trade environment, threat here and the time, by the time in any post-conflict country or in any post-conflict situation, we assume that the threat we have faced on the ground reduces. I'm just hypothetically assume this. And if we think of the conflict spectrum, which lies from combat operations to peacetime military engagement, we all need some force structure to operate all along all these conflict spectrum. So we do have three candidates to fulfill or to bridge the security gap, indigenous policing gap or indigenous stability policing gap. Here, with the green, I mean the military forces, with the red, it represents gendarmerie type forces, and the civilian police forces represented by the blue. So along the conflict spectrum, corresponding the threat, each threat has to meet some peculiar force structure, which covers these all three security institutions. Almost in combat operations, the military forces take the lead. But after the combat operations ended, as you have seen on the slide, the gendarmerie type forces take the lead of this force structure. And if we reach the peacetime, if we reach absolute peace in this post-conflict environment, we can witness the civilian policing, regular policing, take the lead of these force structures. I'll come to my research, which covers the period between 2014 and 2018. So my primary aim with this research is to examine the process of the reconstruction of Afghan National Army. Afghan National Army. So I carried out my research by using two sources, primary sources and the secondary sources. With the primary sources, I interviewed with 20 people, 20 gendarmerie type forces personnel, army personnel, and civilian personnel. Their tasks are mostly advising to security institutions in Afghanistan. And the field observation, and I carried out intelligence advisor duty in the field between June 2014 and January 2015. And I also make use of the secondary sources, as you have seen on the slide. The qualitative analysis techniques for this research, Max QDA, I used to reach the outcomes. If we begin with the brief description and the brief timeline of the security sector reconstruction, or reconstruction of the National Army of Afghanistan in 2001, which which signs the Bonn Agreement in December 2001. Here, in this agreement, this process, Afghanistan security sector reform process, has been constituted of 5 pillars, as military reform, policy reform, judicial reform, DDR, disarmament, demobilization and reintegration, and the counter-narcotics program. Here we see that, I think, it's my comment, it begins a mistake. Because here the security sector reconstruction in Bonn Agreement mostly equated with the military reform, not stability policing, just military reform, and this military reform mostly thought of the army reconstruction. So the reconstruction of the Afghan National Army can be divided into 4 periods. The first phase covers, in my research, the 2001 and 2003, the second, 4 and 6, third phase, 7 and 14, and fourth phase covers the period between 2015 and 2017. The first phase was different from the others because it was mostly carried out by the US forces. And there was some optimistic expectations on the conflict. And these reconstruction efforts mostly just limited by the Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan. So here in this period we see the Afghan militia force, military force. It's mostly comprised of the armed opposition groups loosely gathered, and there were some symbolic security numbers in this organization. Short duration of training, mostly covering 3-week periods, and it's financed by the United States of America, and it is autonomous from the Kabul government. And these Afghan militia forces sometimes were direct sources of insecurity. The second phase of the reconstruction of the Afghan National Army is somewhat different from the first phase, because here the attention of the United States of America mostly concentrated in Iraq in 2003, So the efforts of the program, security sector reform program, was carried out by the ISAF. And ISAF assumed control across the country by 2006. And during this period, mostly after the 2004, Taliban reinvigorated itself. And we have witnessed some high intensity, high level of security problems, intense security problems there. So AMF, Afghan militia forces demobilized, and the reconstruction of ANA, Afghan National Army, began. But during the second phase of this reconstruction, we couldn't see any effort to reconstruct or to establish stability policing in there. It begins in 2009. Some special units were founded and the structure of conduct was improved. This conduct is the force of battalion. So NTMA established in 2009, and Afghan local police has been established in 2010, but it's also became a source of insecurity, and it's disbanded in 2020. So the resolute support operation begins with the 2015, you know, the 6 TAACs here had been tasked with 8 essential factions which symbolize the fourth phase of the reconstruction of national army. So I'll skip to the strengths and weaknesses of the SSR program of the Afghan National Army that I've found out in my study. Here is some strengths of the security sector reconstruction: the decreasing level of violence. All these points have been stated by the interviewees. The decreasing level of violence, economical support to the security structures in Afghanistan, development of educational infrastructure, use of developed military technology, increasing the capacity of security institutions. But we do have, if I count right, 12 drawbacks, 12 weaknesses of this security sector reconstruction program. The first one begins with the persistent security problems in the in Afghanistan. Corruption goes second. Low literacy rates, group loyalties. I mean here the loyalties to tribal leaders. The inadequacies on education, the expectation of quick solutions with the which is mostly common on the minds of the elite powers. The coordination problems with the nations and with the indigenous forces, cultural differences, local contribution, short duty duration as raised by the workshop presentators, lack of confidence and inadequate planning. So here I'll compile 4 of them as lack of a comprehensive and coherent strategy. Because in the beginning of this process, allied powers have they don't think of that this security sector reconstruction program will go on for 20 years. So it is described as 21-year reconstruction efforts rather than 120-year effort. It's modified improved, tried to develop, so it doesn't represent a 20-year reconstruction effort. So as security began to deteriorate, as I've said before, after the 2006, the goals for the reconstruction of the army in Afghanistan were altered dramatically. And the second most important problems faced in the operational environment is persistent insecurity. I draw it from Uppsala conflict program here. It's mainly generated from the lack of understanding of local problems, and insecurity has undermined the political processes, and all the advisors reflect their own perspective and structures to the ground. An inadequate organization and practice of stability activities, and being so late in the implementation of the SSR program. Lack of awareness and understanding of the local context is reiterated by the different presentators here, so I don't want to delve into this topic, but the outcomes of this program could not be monitored and evaluated well. So maybe I can contribute with this line, which refers to social and historical heritage and the role of army in Afghanistan. No program can be developed to cover regular army, tribal levies, and the community militias. And there were some difficulty to develop nationality and national army here. Low literacy rates and attrition was very common in Afghanistan National Army. And I will end my presentation with 3 takeaway slides. Here, the first one is the force structures should have been organized to counter idiosyncratic security problems faced in the post-conflict environment. The second one, the complementary parts of the core security sector have been overlooked, and they need to be covered. They need to be compiled in the same security sector program. And the third one is very important, as I believe. Advisors of multinational forces try to mimic their own perspective. Here, one interview says that, quote, not only were the problems and developments needs being identified by these foreign forces, but also the possible solutions were also being proposed and put into effect by them. So they reflect their understanding to the ground. Local ownership of the process could not have been ensured. So the SSR is a highly political process to merge local participants, government and international institutions. So we can clearly say that it failed to cover all these political participants, and the holistic approach is crucial to implement the SSR program, lest it may spoil more than it builds. So without mitigating insecurity problems on the ground, I'm trying to say that don't begin any SSR program. The war was won, but the security has not prevailed, and I'll conclude my presentation with this great philosopher saying that it is more difficult to organize peace than to win a war, but the fruits of the victory will be lost if the peace is not well organized. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Demir, thank you very much. We will move swiftly on to the first of our online visitors, calling in from Uppsala University in Sweden. I'm hoping she's going to appear on the screen very shortly. Ms. Chiara Rufa, who is a fellow at the Department of Peace and Conflict Studies at Uppsala and is a specialist on civil and military relationships. If you can hear me, could you just wave? That is fantastic. The science and the technology works. With no further ado, Chiara, could you go ahead with your presentation?
Hello? Can you hear me okay?
Chiara, we can hear you now, thank you.
Perfect. So I'll just get started. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. And many thanks for the invitation. I'm truly delighted and pleased to have this opportunity to present at this conference. I'm so sorry not to be able to be there in person, but I unfortunately have COVID. COVID hit me as well, so I rather have to be isolated here. So today I would like to focus my presentation on a few lessons learned for NATO based on recent trends. So I will both focus on a number of lessons that we can draw from the sort of almost 10 years involvement of NATO troops in Afghanistan, but also reflect about on what it means for NATO now. What are the lessons that can be drawn, and particularly as we move towards a more conventional warfare kind of context. So I will focus in particular on a few lessons on stability policing as it develops further. Because obviously, with the winding down of large-scale boots on the ground from Afghanistan, we all thought that the long era of expeditionary operations was over, and it is over in some respects. Even though prima facie we're going to go back to big guns, right, with the Russians' invasion of Ukraine, there are several lessons from Afghanistan and its aftermath which we should learn from and take into account. So I will focus on a few lessons, mostly really stemming from my research and the ones of others I work closely with that might be useful even in the contemporary context. And I will mostly focus on operational, strategic, and tactical concerns. So I hope that's kind of a nice complementary also to what nice and complementary to also what my predecessors said. So in my own research, I've been working for several years on how troop contributing countries work together, and I've done that both in the context of the United Nations context, but also in the NATO context. So I've studied for several years different troops, particularly French and Italian troops, deployed both the NATO mission in Afghanistan and the UN mission in Lebanon. And in more recent years, with the winding down...
I beg your pardon, Professor, I beg your pardon. We cannot see the slide, so either is I think you are authorized to share the video. Here it is, perfect.
Can you see them now?
Yes, and there is some strong echo, unfortunately, so we are trying to fix it. Yeah. Okay, now we can see the first slide. Thank you so much. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem at all. I'm just wondering if I can, can see.
Maybe your volume is too high, so there is some echo from this side.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. I mean, I hope that from the last row they can hear properly. Okay, yes, thumbs up. Thank you so much once again. And please go ahead.
It's okay, right?
Far better. But now we cannot see the slides. We can see just the preview, not the slide, the presentation.
Just give me 1 second. I'll try to find this. Apologies. Okay, so I was just going to say that I would like to talk about. Can you see them now?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I was just saying that so I'm just going to focus mostly on operational and tactical elements, particularly things that we can learn from those from that large-scale boots on the ground operation. So the first lesson I think that we can learn from the NATO mission in Afghanistan is that multilateralism on the ground matters for stability policing. So I think that the experience of the NATO mission in Afghanistan has taught us that multilateralism works, but that it is difficult. But that still doesn't mean that we shouldn't keep trying to work multilaterally. So I think if there is one thing that the NATO mission in Afghanistan showed us is really the possibility and the opportunity to try to work together with several NATO and affiliated countries on the ground to try to implement mandates. This sort of is very much, this kind of sort of results and kind of lesson is very much in line with other findings that we have from the peacekeeping, the United Nations peacekeeping literature, where we know that mission composition matters, and we know that high levels of diversity of peacekeepers on the ground matters a great deal when it comes to peacekeeping effectiveness. So even though we know that stability policing and stability missions, such as the one that NATO had and has had for a long time in Afghanistan, both in terms of boots on ground, but also in terms of training missions. We know that that's different from UN peacekeeping, but at the same time, we also know that more broader academic research suggests that that's kind of really important, and we should really take that into account. The second really important lesson that we, I think, bear in mind from several years of stability policing is to really understand what these operational spaces where we have countries coming from different countries working together, what that means for those troops deployed on the ground. So in my own research and the research of a number of other scholars, we really see that ISAF and then the other training missions that took place really worked quite nicely as a space of innovation and socialization, because that's really an opportunity for all these different troops to come together and work together and learn to work together. I'm just going to give you two examples for that. So first, as a space of innovation, just imagine that ASIFU, that little gray in that little gray text box where you read ASIFU. ASIFU is an all-source information fusion unit that was widely used in the NATO mission in Afghanistan as a way to gather information and information packages. And this ASIFU model was actually imported, or I should say exported from the NATO mission to the UN mission in Mali. So now we have a UN mission in Mali that makes use of a really interesting NATO product, the ASIFU product. And that it has created a number of problems among peacekeepers deployed in the UN mission in Mali. But by and large, it has been a really interesting kind of innovation that several troop contributing countries that had that NATO experience then wanted to export and make use of in other missions. So that's a really kind of interesting example, I think, of innovation and how we can see really these stability policing missions as spaces for innovation. The second point I want to make about that is how these NATO stability policing missions are also really interesting spaces of socialization for soldiers deployed at the tactical operational level. Just to give you an example, this is a Swedish soldier sitting on a vehicle. As you know, Sweden has just very recently been has applied for NATO membership and has apparently just a few days ago been accepted by all NATO countries to be a member of NATO, even though we know that that's not fully fledged, fully official yet. It's probably going to go through. But I mean, one of the reasons why Sweden and Finland were allowed so quickly in the organization is also their interoperability. So really their ability to work together with other NATO countries. And the reason why that interoperability has been so successful has precisely been because of the Finnish and Swedish experience in the NATO mission in Afghanistan and several other missions as well. Sort of Swedish soldiers deployed about 200 in a capacity of 200 in the Regional Command North under German command, and they were heavily involved and highly interoperable. Sweden also participated in a bunch of other joint training sessions. But that's just one example to show you how those operational experiences have really provided an opportunity for a lot of non-NATO members to socialize and become, similar to NATO countries and be able to work together. The second example I wanna give about socialization is really the fact that we know that socialization, the ability to work together, is something that emerges very much on the ground, so to say, and it's something that we can really sort of we should really study more, and that we as scholars try to study more. The sort of one of the really interesting elements here has to do with how soldiers and particularly officers on the ground can make sense of other troops and can understand and interpret what other troops want and do. Some recent work that me and my co-author Bas Rietjens have been doing has been to understand the conditions under which officers at the tactical level try to sort of build bridges with other troops from different countries. We have done that in the context of United Nations peacekeeping, but I think that there is a lot of really interesting work that could be done also among NATO countries. The third lesson that I think we can learn from several, 2 decades of stability policing in Afghanistan is the importance in the ways in which the war and the operation is being narrated. Here you have the cover of a really great book by Ignazi, Giacomello, and Coticchia that use that fancy title, Just Don't Call It War, to refer to how important it was for Italian troops to narrate, for the Italian public to narrate the NATO war as a peacekeeping war. And sort of recent work has suggested that actually it's very important to try to be coherent and really really tell the reality as it is. We know that when soldiers are told that that the mission is going to be a peacekeeping mission, and then they are exposed to combat, then we have a problem. Together with my co-author Ralph Sundberg, we conducted a survey on about 500 Italian Alpini soldiers that had just returned from the NATO mission in Afghanistan, and they basically, those that had been exposed to combat and that didn't expect it because they somehow thought that the mission was going to be a peacekeeping mission, they really struggled, and they really sort of tried very hard to cope with it, but they clearly systematically displayed lower levels of perceived performance, perceived legitimacy, and lower levels of cohesion. So, it's kind of important to also think about how in each domestic constituency, how the operation is being narrated and it's being told. A fourth really important lesson, also coming from these several years of stability policing, has to do with how to deal with this very complex interaction with civilian actors, how to do civil-military relations on the ground. And I think there is a growing body of literature that is trying to think and reflect about what does it mean to interact with non-military actors as a military actor, right? So we have had both the literature that has told us about and is trying to sort of develop ways to think about how to interact with civilians, but also the whole literature on how to interact with non-governmental actors, particularly humanitarian actors. And I think there is a really hard lessons to be learned here for NATO. During the NATO mission in Afghanistan, particularly when it was still very heavily with boots on the ground, troops, parts of ISAF have systematically used humanitarian aid to achieve military objectives and win hearts and minds to support the creation of an Afghan state. Blurring the lines has been detrimental to the lives of many, and blurring the lines between what the military was doing and what humanitarian actors were doing. So So I think that, if there is one, another really important lesson to be learned is really to work with these differences, respect the humanitarian workers, humanitarian space, and at the same time, of course, also accepting that there is sometimes the need to win hearts and minds for tactical and military objectives. So how to square that circle is extremely complicated, and I think we should just, and it was a huge debate, right, back then when boots were deployed on the ground. I think we should just we should make sure we should help each other not to forget that the NATO mission really had struggled a lot with that. There were a lot of duplications between humanitarian actors and NGO and military actors. Sometimes the sort of military and the NGOs would come into the same orphanage and try to sort of intervene and implement a project that looked very similar, but that was not. So I think it is very important to not to forget all the importance of respecting the separate spaces, but at the same time the importance of communicating and exchanging information and coordinating in terms of where to intervene and how. So I think that's another really important lesson that I think we need to bear in mind. And then moving on to the fifth one. I think that it's kind of very important also to reflect and push NATO to reflect really much harder conceptually about what NATO wants to export. When we talk about security sector reform, military assistance, oftentimes the thing that needs to be exported is military professionalism. But what this military professionalism really means, it remains very often underspecified. Certain SSR project influence and sort of underline the importance of military capabilities, others the importance of cohesion, others the importance of being, creating a military that is subordinate to civilian controls, and all these things may be important, but it's very clear that we need some kind of greater conceptual clarity to understand what is it that really we want to export. So in relation to this, of course, the literature, everybody wants to be a military professional. Most younger or post-colonial militaries in the world try to be or become more professional. But and oftentimes transferring this military professionalism norms are a tool for strategic partnership. But we need to be much clearer. NATO needs to be a lot clearer about the thing that needs to be exported. Just to give you an example, the literature has defined military professionalism in this. This is just a selection about from all the different ways in which military professionalism has been defined, and the risk has really been that then both scholars but also practitioners and soldiers on the ground are unclear about what needs to be exported. And then the sixth, and I'm almost done. The sixth and of the 7 lessons, I think, is to sort of reflect a lot more clearly and carefully about what happens next. So after several of the NATO troops that were heavily involved in the NATO mission in Afghanistan have been profoundly influenced by that experience. Oftentimes, those militaries were also militaries that were traditionally oriented towards expeditionary roles. I'm thinking of the French military that has had a preference for years, for decades, for expeditionary operations, OPEX. I'm thinking of the German military that has really entered the realm of military intervention again with the Bundeswehr, focusing on expeditionary peacekeeping work. So we should not forget that a lot of those militaries were very heavily influenced by the expeditionary focus. And as this expeditionary focus sort of changes, it remains to be seen what happens next, right? So it is very important, I believe, to reflect a little bit more carefully about how we think about role conceptions and what the main roles that a military has is, and how and whether it is changing, if it is changing at all. And I'm thinking about this particularly when we transition from expeditionary roles to, again, national defense kinds of roles. When we think about Sweden, for instance, Sweden has had a military doctrine that had a clear expeditionary focus, and now, since 2014, has shifted towards territorial national defense again. This has happened, obviously, with the increased Russian threat, but it has also entailed a complete shift in the Swedish military role conception. If before the core role was to do expeditionary operations abroad, now the core role is to defend the country again. And I think we are starting to see a lot of shifts in role conceptions in a lot of countries that have been heavily involved in the NATO mission. So if you want to read more about that, me and my co-authors have written a special issue about this, and it's really about how to think about role conceptions and, in this changing security context. And please write me if you want to see a copy of it. I would be happy to send you a copy. And the last but absolutely not least, I think that the seventh sort of lessons or thing to take into account when thinking about the future of stability policing is really to think more about what have domestic missions done to the current operational preparedness and the current operational expertise of NATO countries. So one element that is this is kind of important when we assess current capabilities, and that's sort of one element that really sticks out is how much more heavily involved have NATO countries have been in domestic missions. So many NATO countries have been deployed in domestic roles. Let's not forget that France has deployed 13,000 troops in domestic roles after the 2015 terrorist attacks. Italy deploys between 5,000 and 8,000 soldiers since 2008 for NATO for this Operation Safe Street in domestically, but the UK has done the same, Belgium has done the same, Germany has deployed the military very heavily domestically, the Netherlands has done exactly the same. So what does that mean for current capabilities and for defending a threat that is a more sort of conventional kind of threat, right? So we should think about what domestic missions do, and of course this has been heightened by the COVID response. But just to give you an example about how much how heavily this involvement in domestic mission has been. Let's not forget that France, as for instance, deployed a country that has a very expeditionary focus, has shifted more and more towards domestic missions. But the same has happened to several, particularly continental European countries, and the US is discussing similar issues with the Poste Comitatus Act. So taken together, we should really reflect, and I think that NATO should reflect about what has this meant for the kinds of capabilities available and the expertise available. And what does it mean, right, if the domestic role becomes a sort of new normal and something that militaries do alongside the more conventional kinds of deployments. This is just a small graph of data that we have collected in the NATO response, and just gives you a sense of how in the COVID response, so these are data that we have collected globally to try to understand how countries across the world, so NATO and non-NATO countries, have been using the military in the COVID response. And as you can see here, there are a lot of countries that are non-NATO countries, but quite a bit of NATO countries that have, for instance, used the military in the COVID response for logistics, for also to some extent for enforcement, particularly the Eastern European and Italy and Spain, but also for border protection. So what does this tell us? Well, this really tells us that we need to think a lot more systematically about about what domestic roles can be juxtaposed and can be coexistent to expeditionary roles or conventional roles. So I think that so this was my seventh and last sort of reflection and lesson to be learned, and something to bear in mind as the sort of the changing nature of stability policing unfolds. So I think it remains, to conclude, it remains unclear whether we have retransitioned back to conventional warfare or whether we're going to stick to more sort of indirect kinds of security sector reform. But so that direction remains unclear. But I think that what is very clear is the fact that the full-fledged era of expeditionary missions is over, but it still remains to be seen how sort of this more conventional confrontation that we are facing can coexist with other kinds of roles that a lot of NATO countries have been involved in. I think I'll stop here, and I'm much looking forward to any question or suggestion. Thank you very much.
Chiara, thank you very much for joining us here in Vicenza, all the way from Sweden. We do hope you recover quickly from COVID. Due to the pressure of time, I'm afraid we're going to have to move fairly swiftly along. Thank you ever so much for your very informative presentation, which will be still made available to all of our visitors in various different formats. But thank you again from Vicenza, and have a good afternoon. I'd like to now welcome to the presentation stand somebody who's fairly familiar to many of us this week. Professor Jalili, Ali Ahmad Jalili, is a distinguished professor of Near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies in Washington, as part of the National Defense University. He's been with us since Tuesday, and adding valuable insight into the workshops and the lessons learned that you've already seen this morning, and we're very, very grateful for his insight. He's now going to share, as we race up towards lunchtime, his thoughts, because not only is he a distinguished academic, but he's the former Interior Minister of Afghanistan from 2003 to 2005. He's been the German ambassador for Afghanistan in 2016 to 2018. And prior to that, has a distinguished career in the media environment, so understands the communications, the vital communications around all of the activities that the international community have faced in Afghanistan. So with no further ado, Professor Jalili, please offer us your presentation.
It's still, I think, good morning or good afternoon. It's still morning. And I am grateful to the organizers of this conference that gave me the opportunity to share my experience and views with the audience here. But first, a disclaimer. My remarks represent my own personal views. It's not necessarily of the institution I am affiliated with, the National Defense University, U.S. government, or any other government. So my remarks will be only my personal remarks. During the past few days, and also today, we had very, very important, very useful assessment of the situation in Afghanistan and what the stability policing actually experienced in the country. What were the obstacles? What were the means to do it? And how we did, and how we failed, and how we succeed in some areas. In the past, the two the syndicates that we have, the workshop, I think they come up with a very, very important takeaways, conclusions. We'll share most of them, and therefore I believe I thank them for doing such a very comprehensive analysis of the situation. There are other assessments made these days also about the situation and what we learned from Afghanistan, particularly the recent police report of SIGAR, which was released earlier this month, last month, and was a very comprehensive report. I found them, and I believe that you will find it very interesting if you just look at it. But what I'm doing today is I'm sharing with you some more personal experience that I commented, in Afghanistan, which is a very, very difficult time that I had. Actually, it took me 8 months to think when I was asked to join the cabinet after the collapse of the Taliban and serve as the Minister of Interior. At that time, Ministry of Interior also was responsible for all provincial governments, all municipalities, and immigration services and intelligence, and of course, police. And it took me 8 months whether I should take that position or not. That year, the beginning of 2002, I published an article in Asia Survey. And given the situation in Afghanistan we had, and also the way that the international community started intervention in Afghanistan, I thought that, well, God, if we cannot our acts together, the Afghans cannot get their acts together and use this opportunity, and also if the international community get acts together in Afghanistan, it's going to be goose chase. And therefore, can I do it? But they were very insistent. Finally, at the end of 2002, I took that office and continued almost for 3 years at the October of 2005. So what I'm talking here is two things. First is the problem with the context, changing context. The second is my observation. Once in the National Defense University, I listed my observations and I counted to 10, then I stopped. So I will share some of those observations with you. First of all, the context and the problem with the context. The international community in their intervention in Afghanistan did not go to Afghanistan to fix a failed state. It was an accidental war. Had the 9/11 attack did not take place, the terrorist attack in Afghanistan, I don't think the United States would have the decision to intervene in Afghanistan. If there was a decision, the best time was 1992, after the Soviet forces left Afghanistan, and the Afghan resistance actually succeeded to end the occupation of the Soviet Union. That was the best time. But everybody left that time. So that 2001, it was an accidental war. In an accidental war, that was no plan what's going to happen after you defeat the nasty terrorists who attacked the United States and the Taliban who were hosting them and was refused to hand them over. So what will happen after that? There was no idea at that time. I was in Washington at that time. I was the director of programs to Central Asia, Iran, and Afghanistan. At that time, I knew that Washington, everybody was that hated that the guy that they attacked them, which was fine. Everybody wanted that, and that was a very legitimate cause for intervention. But nobody knew what is going to happen after that. In early October in Washington, they know what will happen when you remove the Taliban, who will replace them in Afghanistan. There was no plan. And on the other hand, many in the intelligence community at that time believed that Talibans are very well entrenched and it will take a long time to overthrow them. Some people thought this will take maybe 1 year. Some thought maybe it was probably more than that. So, therefore, the rebuilding the country of the Taliban was not a pacing, element in the intervention. But now, from the first bomb that landed in Afghanistan on October 7, in 2 months, the Taliban was overthrown. The Al-Qaeda network was disrupted, and their leaders were on the run. It is not because Afghans wanted that. The Taliban actually seized control in Afghanistan in the 1960s because people were fed up with infighting, lawlessness, militias fighting each other, and to bring some sense of stability, some sense of law and order, and then to unify the country. But the same three major factors worked against them. One was that they actually introduced Islam the way that the Afghans were unfamiliar with it. The way they discriminated some ethnic groups like Tajiks and Hazaras. And third, they actually brought foreigners. They brought Al-Qaeda, they brought the Arab volunteers and others. So that actually was there. The invasion that started in Afghanistan, the US-led invasion, actually only 500 operatives were on the ground. And of course, the air support was there. So Afghans were very happy to do that. They looked at the Operation Enduring Freedom as a rescue operation. This is the first time in Afghan history that they welcomed the invasion from outside. That was, however, that euphoria disappeared very quickly. Inside Afghanistan, there was militias, power of militias. The economy was in shambles. People just wanted somebody to come and help. And also, they were also frustrated with the interference of the main neighbors, including Pakistan, Iran, and others. So they are in a position that you could build Afghanistan at that time with the kind of rebuilding the constitution, including stability policing. But unfortunately, that was not the case because Taliban were overthrown from power but not defeated. Therefore, the militias who were fighting each other in the past all of a sudden reactivated their networks and started destabilizing the country. So therefore, it was the problem. On the other hand, the one problem with the context was this, that initially it was a light footprint. It means that only limited US forces were on the ground and also some other countries. I remember during in the 3 years I was Minister of Interior, the number of international forces in Afghanistan did not exceed 16,000. And then international police was not deployed in Afghanistan. And third, ISAF was only restricted to operate only in Kabul. They were helping me, of course, but in the security, it was not a security force. It was security support force. So, therefore, the gap was there. There were militias, there were criminals, there were terrorists, insurgents, and it created that. That gap was suddenly occupied by all these. For Taliban, they offered in the 2001, maybe December 2001, or November 2001, that they would like to join the political process to bring peace to Afghanistan. 70–80% of them were ready to join the process, but they were excluded from the Bonn conference for the peace conference, because many countries thought that there's a spent force, they are defeated. But in fact, the problem was that this was a civil war, that in that civil war, one side was supported by the international community, that were the militias that helped overthrow the Taliban. The other side was ignored. Peace can come either through one side defeat the other side, or you reach a kind of political settlement. Neither one took place. So Taliban were overthrown but not defeated. They just crossed, go underground, would cross the border into Pakistan to regroup. And they were excluded from Bonn. Another chance that we had later on, of course it was late in 2003, when Taliban again came to the government of Afghanistan. They contacted us. They sent their emissaries, high-level emissaries, to me, to Minister of Defense, to President Karzai, and some others. They had two demands. First, to be immune from prosecution. Second, to allow them to act as a political party. But even at that time, several elements in Afghanistan did not want the Taliban. In the international community, nobody took that risk. They thought it was a spent force. That chance was also gone. So therefore, Afghanistan was not a post-conflict situation. It was a conflict situation. We dealt with it as a conflict situation. What this means that whatever resources we had deployed and hoped that we will stabilize the country with the means we have was not working. On the other hand, it is a principle, I have seen it in the past in Afghanistan, that you have to deal with the situation you face, not the situation you know very well, or a situation you wish. At that time, our friends came across from all around the world, very, very, welcome. They welcomed them very well, but they came with their own ideas. I was talking to the high-level delegation from Germany about policing. The first thing he told me, he said, Afghanistan needs 50,000 uniformed police. I said, why this 15,000? Where did it come from? He said, well, in Germany, we have a norm that for each 500 unit of population, you need 1 police officer. Afghanistan is 25 million. So it means 50,000. He said, how about the situation in Afghanistan and how different this country is from your country? And then my very good the judge from Italy once was talking to me, very nice person. He helped me a lot. He said, police cannot hold violators more than 24 hours. That's what we do. I said, in 24 hours, I cannot bring the violators even to the detention center. And then I told him that, how can I trust the Attorney General's office, which is corrupt? If the moment I send him there, he will be free. So therefore, give us some kind of a different kind of advice that will work with us. It didn't, because the security sector was stroke-piped. It was a broken system. Because different countries were dealing, or they were a leading nation to develop one aspect of the security, the army, the police, the DDR, the counter-narcotics, and also the justice sector. But each country was doing their own job. It was stroke-piping. I think Professor Erdem did very well job on this when he was talking about it. On the other hand, they come in these countries with different level of commitment, different level of resources, different level of procedures, different concerns back home with them. So it was piping. It didn't work, and it was a kind of, I called it at that time only burden sharing, load sharing. That you do this, I will do this. Not as a system. That's why it worked. Then the difficult problem I faced was that with the conflict situation, while it was dealt with post-conflict situation, police all of a sudden became militarized because the international forces were not enough, so they were using police. And that started, they began from the beginning all the way to the end. police become militarized. In this way, I come from, I have seen insurgency from different sides. During the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, I was part of the resistance, fighting them. When I was Minister of Interior, I was counter-insurgent. I was dealing with them. During my journalistic life, I was an outside observer of insurgencies in Tajikistan. So therefore, in any insurgency, what is important. It is to win the trust of people. It's a fight between two minorities and one majority. Government is one minority, and the insurgents are the other minority. And the majority is the population. Who is going to win the population? Can you use them by winning his trust, providing services to them, protect them from warlords, protect them from criminals, protect them from drug traffickers? If you do that, they will trust you. If you yourself get involved in these criminal activities, they will not trust you. Therefore, it is the question of legitimacy there, sir. Legitimacy in Afghanistan is a very unique situation. You know, in classic term, legitimacy is a different definition, because you have to have the monopoly of the use of force. And you have to have that support from the population. In Afghanistan, there are three elements that actually created the majority, the legitimacy despite the problems that the government had. First, of course, government had held elections, established the institutions to deliver services. People actually think that government is good, should be there. Even when the government rigged the elections, when the government condoned corruptions, when government, high-ranking governments were involved in corruption, when militias were influencing police, influencing the army, influencing the courts, still they said, okay, why? They still called the government legitimate. We got two other elements. One was the alternative was bad. That was Taliban. That's okay. It's better than the Taliban. Because all surveys that we see from Asian surveys did that every year. The Taliban had more support than 10% or 9%. People didn't like them. They didn't want them to come back because they experienced the bad days under Taliban. So they did not want them to come. So that's a bad alternative, actually give the legitimacy to the government by default. The third was international support. The international support, international standing, that was a major element in the legitimacy of the government. Now, what happened? When the Taliban made inroads because they exploited the mistrust, exploited the lack of services, all other things, the Taliban made inroads, so that element of legitimacy was weakened. And then when the international community left, or they announced that they are leaving, the other element of legitimacy was gone. So what will happen? That was the beginning of the end for the government. So the other issue that I want to is in Afghanistan, it was the time. Time was very important. The entity, I coined two words. You have to outweigh and outwit the other side. Okay, the Taliban and their supporters were very quick. They said the only way that you can win is to see the government is not doing. It is the government. Who create a better government? Gradually, when the government behaved badly, they gained something. I think it was discussed by several speakers here, which I very appreciate that. The second is outweighed. For the Taliban, they said, okay, we can wait. We have no obligation to provide services. We have no concern to fight crimes. We can actually benefit from drug trafficking and other things. But one day, we will continue to chip away anything from the government credibility. That's it. You know, I hear some friends and that they said Taliban said that we have the time, the Americans have their watches. This is not. This was not coined then. It was coined actually during the resistance. When I heard it from one person, from one Mujahideen commander, he said the Soviets have their watches, we have the time. And that actually was the one that Taliban used. They knew that, well, on the other hand, Pakistan was an ally in this war. But Pakistan also knew what happened in 1992. They will leave one day. When they leave, we will have something to have an influence in Afghanistan. That's why they supported the Taliban, regrouped them, provided the basis for them, and also sent them up. That's one major. This is one thing that the coalition forces never, actually, maybe rarely, took actions that the source of the insurgency is not in Afghanistan but in the neighboring countries. Instead of going on this and targeting that kind of problems, in 2011, I was part of a study group, the congressional mandated study group. In that study group, I think the final report was this, that it is Afghanistan, Pakistan, not Afghanistan only. You have to deal with that, then you can resolve the Afghanistan. I don't know how much time I have, I don't know, no more.
You're the time manager, you have also the clock, the watch.
Then one thing, and to conclude, I will say this time, conclude that what happened with the police is that the shifting conditions, shifting strategies, changing attitudes, changing actions that took place by the Afghans and the international community has affected the size, the nature, operations of the police. Because it was, and finally, the international community, including the allies in Afghanistan, did not create a force, police and army, to win. They created a force not to lose. So that was the major problem that eventually sealed the fate of this war. I thank you very much. I will be happy to take questions if you want.
So we could have heard you speak for the rest of the afternoon, and you graced us with your thoughts all week. We do thank you for that. I'm sure lots of people would like to offer you lots of questions. But I think if we probably would move forward now to our lunch break, so that people can digest not only our splendid fare, but also your thoughts. And I'm sure you'll be spoken to downstairs if you'll join us. So on behalf of the group, thank you very much. Sorry. We have a slight change in plan, so thank you very much, sir. Please, ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for Professor George. Thank you very much. Slight change to the plan. As things are very dynamic in our environment, we are going to have a short presentation that was meant to be earlier on this morning. Just changing a few lights, just Mr. Francesco Nicola Moro from the University of Bologna, who has also joined our SRAC group earlier this week to add his contribution to strategic issues that we've been discussing. I'd like to invite you to share with us some of your thoughts, and after which we will then be probably taking our lunch break. So thank you very much. Please
thank you very much. I guess after such a distinguished speaker, I'm going to be remembered as the guy who delayed your lunch. I won't do it very much, but let me first use my first seconds to thank Colonel De Magistris and the staff here at COESPU for inviting me over. It's been a pleasure to come back here after teaching in this, well, in the barracks back then, for a few years, some years ago. Another deviation I'll make, besides deviating you from lunch, is going to be in terms of what I'm going to talk about. And what I'm going to talk about today is not very much stability policing. And one of the reasons I don't want to do it is because I'm pretty confident in this room, 95%, very generous, knows more about stability policing than me. What I'm going to try to do is talk about something I've done some research with, and I need to also thank Professor Fabrizio Coticchia, who could not be here for reasons pretty frequent these days. But he's collaborating with me on this topic, and I'm sorry we couldn't do this together. But I will talk about how you learn. And the key idea I'll try to convey here is how we've been learning in the past, and I'll use some examples from Italian experience. It's going to be mostly Italian army experience, because there's been big institutions involved here. My objective, I don't know if I'll reach it, my objective is to provide kind of a model, a scheme that you can then use, and you can use it for stability policing, you can use it for other things. I'll go through it and let's see if this works according to my plans. And as we know that plans rarely really work. So I guess the first puzzle I start with is how does operational experience affect transformation in the Italian armed forces, but I would say most armed forces. Especially most armed forces which is non-US armed forces, because US is clearly a case per se, and oftentimes it cannot be considered as others because of the clear gap in resources there is. I think if we think and study learning, it's very important to differentiate a bit among institutions and states which have a very large amount of resources, and if, for example, continental NATO allies which have a relevant amount of resources but can really match with the US. How did this process of upload and download, if you wish, of lessons occur? I guess, sorry, academic part. A few premises which I'll go back in the next sections. First of all this type of innovation, adaptation occurred very much on the ground, from lessons that have been learned on the ground. Second, I guess this is what's being called transformation in contact by some. Second element, I think organizational theory, I know it's a bit abstract here, holds a lot of responses on how these processes actually occur. And one of the ways I will interpret and try to convince you it's useful interpreting this transformation and this innovation is through the lenses of inter-organizational learning. Most of the times, well, even as individuals, we don't really learn just by our mistakes or our successes, but we look at others, and when we look at others and we try to replicate or modify our behavior based on what others do. And that's pretty much the story I'm going to talk about today. How we think in terms of what others do and what we can learn from what others have been doing. And that's why I guess most of my examples might be about Italy and the US, but they might apply pretty much across different types of organization, including in the stability policing world. The outline here is very briefly, I will try to sketch the Italian presence in Afghanistan and Italian approach. I'll then talk about adaptation and changes on the ground, and at an institutional level, I guess I'll keep this part very short. And finally, I'll talk and go through a model of inter-organizational learning that is, again, how organizations learn from each other and what can be, how can this process be understood, conceived, and perhaps transferred elsewhere. So basic stuff here, but most of people know about this. Italy contributed in several ways to the Afghanistan missions. I'm referring here mostly to the quasi-combat part of those missions. There's been Enduring Freedom, ISAF, many contingents operating on the ground. By far the largest mission Italy has been deployed in the aftermath of the Cold War, and of course even after World War II. This has involved pretty much every corp and every service in a very meaningful way, from of course the Carabinieri that we know to the Army, several units. Of course the Air Force and Navy were involved too. Italy had a specific type of involvement in a specific area of Iraq and of Afghanistan. Iraq too was relevant, of course, and the western provinces, especially focusing on Iraq. What has been, even through time, a very large troop commitment, ranging from the thousands to the 4,000 troops. So it's kind of very big numbers, and it's been also involving some what we might define, notwithstanding the difficulties in going through this in Italian public debate, combat-related assets, especially tornadoes and AMX, plus special forces. There's also been, and this is a very important thing, a relevant number of casualties, especially since 2009, when the number of troops increased, but also the number, the intensity of activities, it's been described before, increased as well. How can we reconnect, how can we describe briefly the way Italian forces participated to Afghanistan? Well, now I think we have a first type of process which does rely, which we can think about in terms of how organizations learn. And I think, notwithstanding the fact that Afghanistan was unprecedented to a large extent in terms of Italian commitment and type of activities involved, nonetheless, the Italian military, when operating abroad, and I'm using this broad label, really tried to make sense and frame its activities in terms of the abilities that it had been developing to the previous 2 decades. And of course, Lebanon plays a very important role here, but the Balkan experience also play a very important role here. And I guess a word that I've been hearing today, and it's been very important, and I think it makes sense in this context even more than others, is the key idea of comprehensive approach. I don't think we can understand Afghanistan without understanding Kosovo and Bosnia, of course. And this, I think, is very important, because no matter how the context change, organizations try to frame the way they operate in a way which is consistent with their previous experiences. This has also, of course, also led, last point on the slide, to problems in adaptation in a conflict scenario, in a combat scenario. It's not always easy to move from previous experience, which involved high-hand stabilization, to a conflict scenario such as Afghanistan. But I guess there's been a lot of activities which kind of mirror, to a large extent, what had been done in the past in this new context. Participation to the American-led efforts in PRTs in Afghanistan, of course, in Iraq. Civil military cooperation, a clear asset in the Italian military, and Carabinieri, of course, developed through time in the 90s, and which it kind of led to the emergence of an Italian way to counterinsurgency, which Italians tried to make somehow coherent with some of the findings or practices or doctrines that had emerged in the US starting early 2006-07 with the famous Field Manual 324. And I guess to a large extent, for example, think about training, which I'm mentioning later, is the Italians were very keen in stressing out some type of activities coherent to the revolution in American doctrinal documents on coin, were very coherent with an existing Italian ability, for example, in the domain of training. And this is, for example, where Carabinieri, of course, has a very, very important role. On the ground, adaptation was, of course, extremely difficult. One of the key problems, because this is different from what the existing frames, the previous frames was guaranteeing the safety of troops in a combat operational environment. This was done and has been done even about after some tragic experiences, which we all know about, through different types of tools. One of these tools, I would argue, is a download in part from American views and from American jargon, for example, the notion of net-centric warfare, the use of some ICT and technologies in order to better prepare your forces in order to face existing threats. And also, of course, it led to big changes in terms of equipment that was used throughout the war. The Italians mostly changed, or largely changed, their assets in terms of hardware and software too, moving to vehicles, for example, that were much more fit to protect troops on the ground. Of course, this was very important, and some of the lessons here were very important and transferred across different operations, which is another interesting thing. For example, anti-IED, improvised explosive device lessons or techniques were moved from Afghanistan to Iraq, and in part vice versa. As I say, the adaptation was not limited to hardware, but It was also involving doctrine and operational practices and adaptation, of course, throughout the different domains and fields in which Italy had been operating in this period. And bear in mind, Italy has been in the 2000 decades in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Lebanon, which again is, especially post-2006 Lebanon, an environment from which there's a lot of lessons that have been circulating in the units that have been actually operating. And once again, these units do not learn from scratch. They do adapt themselves on the basis of existing notions and on their own operational practice. And now they see, that's going to be my focus later on, others operating. Let me say that this adaptation and change in Italy was not at all limited to adaptation on the ground, but was rather broader and occurred even at the central level. I'm mentioning here a very few cases, and I won't bother you too much with those. I have slides, and if you wish, also have a paper which I can, of course, provide. There's been an investment in the innovation and adaptation and in the lessons learned process and how to operate consistently with NATO doctrines in this domain. There's been an investment in training and doctrine as essential pieces, and I'll stress this again later, of adaptation, land transformation, different centers for validation and simulation for lessons learned. So there's been an investment in what I will later call absorption capacity, which I'll stress at the very end is a key element on which armies, especially armies which are not endowed with a huge amount of resources, or units that are not endowed with a huge amount of resources, might and perhaps should do in order to maximize their effectiveness on the ground. Let me go to the core of this presentation bear with me a few minutes more. I understand it's not that easy, but be gentle. Learning occurs, as I said, in a very dense institutional context. Learning does not occur, this lessons learned process does not occur from scratch, does not occur simply because we adapt to a threat on the ground. This perception, this movement, this process of adaptation to something that happens on the ground is mediated by this institutionally dense context. And what is this institutionally dense context made from, of, if you wish? It's made of two things. It's made of your previous experience and it's made of allies, especially in a context such as Afghanistan, but also the other ones I've mentioned, that it's very clearly dense with a lot of actors cooperating and coordinating together. One reason this is important is that Italy, and I'm making this case, but bear in mind, when you move from this to adapting in different domains, you might find slightly different cases. This is not to be generalized. Countries such as Italy, in some domains, cannot adapt and develop autonomous solutions. They live in an alliance-dense context. They have a limited amount of resources, but they had to come up with change. And change does happen. I made a few examples, and professionals here know much more about me and how we actually changed. So pressures arising from the field, that's a big takeaway from me, to adjust tactically, operationally, and strategically, are filtered to the experiences and institutionalized responses adopted by others. And especially this is true in a NATO context because, of course, this is by definition an alliance which has tightly coupled networks. How does this learning occur? That's the most boring part, and it's the last part. That's the only promise I can make. That's going to be quick. I think when you think about what we actually decide as an organization, and I think we all live in dense organizational context, the first thing that we look at is how infectious something that is developed elsewhere is. That is, in order to see if we should get something, we should download something, we should use something someone else is using, the first thing we look at is it a good thing for us? Broadly speaking, how do I decide if it's a good thing for us? Well, as most things in life, the first things we look at is perhaps the success of someone else. I guess there's many indicators here and attempts to measure and make the mechanisms more clear in this case. But my major points here, without you getting lost in the details of the slide in a somewhat boring academic jargon, is when we look at others, we try to download something which we think is successful. What has been the most successful thing that has happened in 2006, 2007, 2008? It's been the field manual 324 the United States has developed under the leadership of General Petraeus and General McChrystal. And what is that happened to 2009, 2010 onwards in most armies, not just the Italian army, has been an attempt to download this material, understand what was coherent with your own organizational view and capabilities, and to make the two things get together, to hybridize these two things. And I guess reputation and status, very important factors in understanding what's going to be downloaded, what's going to be used. And as many things in life, it doesn't mean it's correct. Our analysis of reputation, for example, and success are necessarily short-lived. The successes of the 2007-2008 campaigns, for example, or a surge in Iraq and partly Afghanistan, were not necessarily mirrored in future years, in the next few years. So, I mean, when we think about learning from others, maybe I'm too biased saying this is a normal process, it's a good thing, it should happen. We should pay attention to what we learn from, because it's not always the case that we are able to assess success in a long-term, or at least even better, in a time-consistent way. And that's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing is, who do we learn from depends very much on how we feel those organizations we learn from are similar to us. We don't really learn from, well, we might try to think about learning from our football team in terms of operating stability operations, but that's not the thing. Perhaps we don't even learn from the Navy in stability operations, because the difference between organizations is so high that there's a jargon, a language, codes that are very different. So what's important here in understanding how this learning occurs is looking at network ties. What are the existence of moments? Moments such as this one is a moment which constructs network ties among different organizations, right? And I think it's important to see that in the case of Afghanistan, according to the research I conducted, and again with Professor Fabrizio Coticchia to a large extent, what we saw is that most of the innovations adopted, even on the ground, were due to the fact not just that they were the best innovations, but they were the one which were most readily available, one reason being because they were adopted by organizations that the Italian armed forces considered as models, examples, but also close to themselves. So clearly armies and complex organizations will tend to learn from organizations they find most similar to themselves rather than from the one that might have adopted the best solution. It must be available and it must be somehow proximate. We must know the people who can help us adopting such an innovation. Final point I'll make relates more to the ability to endogenize, to interiorize an innovation. And as I call susceptibility, I've been preparing for a long while to say this word. It's very difficult to pronounce for an Italian, at least for me. But the key idea here is that the way you learn and you kind of download and use what others have been doing in order to advance your own agenda and your own preferences and modifying your own strategies and doctrines depends very much on some internal features that you have. And this is the last thing, but I'm going to invest some time in it, saying, well, the key element here is that, of course, you need to be motivated from learning. There's been something in your past experience that tells you that the solutions we have adopted on our own did not work, so we should resort to something else. Bad performance in the past for most military organizations, as well as for football teams, is an element that might facilitate the receptivity to someone else doing, to looking at what someone else is doing. But also it depends on capabilities, which I'll focus briefly on, and I promise I'm on the way to finish, and we are all on the way to lunch. Among these different capabilities that every organization should have if it wants to get the most of what others do, I think I'll mention two which I find are very relevant. And the first one is what is called slack. In order to learn from someone else, you should not be too efficient, too tight with your resources. This learning process oftentimes occurs to some level of trial and error, and it requires resources that are not infinite, but are not immediately finite and too tightly packed. And that's an element. You need to experiment, and experiments might go badly. And if they have to go badly, you need to have some resources to make another experiment. And the second one is absorption routines. And I finish on this because it's kind of a silver lining in the story, the fact that absorption routines in the last 20 years have been really much improved across the alliances and in many subdomains within these alliances. By absorption routine, I mean the establishment of practices both at the NATO level and at the national level and at joint level that allow for lessons to be interiorized. There wasn't so much of a process of lessons learned in the past. There wasn't such a process 20 years ago, and one of the things that this past 20 years of operations have taught us is the importance of training, education, and places where you can actually reflect on the lessons of the past and of present warfare. So let me, as a way to conclude, I guess my point was, even through some technical wording perhaps, interorganizational learning from other organizations, is a very important way to incorporate doctrine and practice into military organizations. It does occur. We like it or not, it's a phenomenon that's widespread. Interorganizational learning is also a cost-effective way to adapt in a mutual environment and with budget constraints. It's not possible to do everything on your own. Alliances in this sense and network within alliances and sharing practices can be a very efficient way to allocate resources that are scarce. How we learn, the ability to learn, depends very much on the investments that are made in absorption capacity as a key, necessary, though not sufficient condition and element to reverse engineer innovation. To understand what innovation is and translate it into your own organizational practices. Of course, there's problems with this. Slack resources are needed to go beyond the mere, well, we have a solution off the shelf when we use it, to develop solutions that are consistent with the long-term goal of an organization. And the second one, and I'm sure while I was talking, if you were kind enough to pay some attention, you might have noticed that transferring lessons learned into a large organization, in organizations that are Italian Armed Forces, Carabinieri, 100,000 people, large organization, is not an easy thing. And most of the times what will happen is that there will be a unit or a bunch of units which kind of learn, and the large bunch of the organization which is still anchored to a more distant past. And this is a big challenge, of course, to try and homogenize, to try and build a coherent force where a lot of the people, a lot of the individuals that participate are actually on the same page with innovation, and not just a small amount of units who are operational and that's just for them. So transferring innovation from others has been possible, done, well done, I'd argue, not necessarily at broad level of all the Carabinieri or all the Army or the Navy, but a smaller level of some amount of units which have been selected as the most fit ones to adopt this kind of change. And with this, I'll close. And again, thank you very much for having me around. It's been a huge pleasure.
Professor Morrow, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we head off to lunch, the Director would like to present some plaques to our morning's speakers. So if you could bear with us just one moment.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Tim. And I will kindly request all the briefer to step in front of the podium, please. So Professor Jalali, Professor Moro, and who is missing? No, the three of us. And I will kindly request also the Deputy Director, the Chief of Staff, and Doreen, where are you? The Lesson Learned Branch Head to join me, because with your permission, sir, I would like to present you the photo of we thank everybody at the end for this. We have the photo opportunity, sir. Sorry for the delay. So, this is the first one. Only one round of applause, we go wherever. So, then we take the picture with everybody is the star, really. So,
Good afternoon from Vicenza. Mr. Jalil, can you hear us?
Yes, I do.
You can hear us well?
Very clearly.
Very good, thank you. If you are ready and ready to do your presentation, I will introduce you to the group here. General, sir, if we're ready to continue.
Sure, please go ahead.
Welcome back from lunch to the afternoon sessions. Online, as you can see, we have Ms. Hosna Jalil, who's the former Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Women Affairs in Afghanistan during 2021. Prior to that, she is the former Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Interior Affairs in Afghanistan during the years 2018 to 2021. She's also a Director of Research and Policy at the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum in 2018. Important aspect to Afghanistan's economic prospects. She has 2 master's degrees. One is a Master of Arts, Strategic and Security Studies, and the other one is a Master of Business Administration and Business Management. So well placed, I think, to talk to us this afternoon about the subject of learning the lessons of keeping the stability and the peace in Afghanistan. So if you're ready to carry on, please take the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A very good afternoon to everyone. It's such a pleasure and honor to join the discussion along with the distinguished participants of this conference today. And thank you so much, Colonel Giuseppe and your team at NATO Center of Excellence for Stability Policing for organizing a workshop and conference like this. And I'm happy that Afghanistan's experience of police development post-2001 can be used, discussed, of course, and documented first to guide the future attempts of the development of law enforcement forces, either in countries with similar context, but at the same time, hopefully in Afghanistan itself at some point in time in the future. So I would be very brief with my take on, first of all, I would be focusing on the police development itself, which has been part of the stability operation in Afghanistan, and I would discuss the challenges we had in terms of police development in Afghanistan. So I'm going to put my take in 3 main points, or the 3 main reasons why do I feel we had challenges that we could never overcome that ahead of police development or police force development in Afghanistan. The first one was the war on terror strategy in Afghanistan, which undermined the countercrime and protection of citizens in Afghanistan. So for 2 decades, from my perspective, and at the same time working for the Afghan government for a couple of years lately, for 2 decades almost, the counterterrorism and counterinsurgency in Afghanistan were the highest priority, and not the citizens' protection and the law enforcement or establishing rule of law in Afghanistan. So it was undermined big time by the counterterrorism and insurgency. But at the same time, it was not only a priority for the Afghan security and defense institutions, but at the same time, the institutions were designed to respond to counterterrorism and insurgency, including the police force and the Ministry of Interior Affairs. Just a couple of points here that I would like to raise is that the law enforcement in Afghanistan, they were trained, the police force that I served, and I had the honor of serving them, were trained to fight in the battlefields. They were merely trained to protect citizens, but at the same time, the capabilities to protect or to take the security measures for a demonstration or to investigate a criminal activity, the capability was pretty limited in terms of the number of, or the force size, or the number of individuals serving in the countercrime unit. To have more fighters on the ground for counterterrorism operations, the police force were militarized, even equipment-wise. And I would say, yes, the civilian policing was neglected. Although Afghanistan's
comparably, when we have been putting the data and the numbers from 2011 to 2018, when I was serving at the Ministry of Interior Affairs, putting the numbers in terms of the criminal activities rate and the death toll due to criminal activities and the death toll due to the terrorist attacks. When we have been putting them together, the death rate as a result of criminal activities was 150 to 200% higher than the terrorist attacks, which basically meant that we are losing more lives due to criminal activities than the terrorist attack. But at the end of the day, if we compare that, when we compare that to the number or the size of the counter crime unit or the capability we had only 10% of our police forces trained and equipped to counter crime. So the proportions to us, there was a big gap in terms of the response or the capability to respond, but at the same time, the criminal cases that we had recorded. But then the other fact on the side of it was that there has been a high rate of unreported committed crime cases in Afghanistan, which basically meant that we failed to protect our citizens because of the limited capabilities we had developed in the police force, and the police force was, the role and the mandate of police force was aligned with the counterterrorism and counterinsurgency in Afghanistan. But then on the other hand, not only that police force was a support force for the Afghan National Army, the casualty on the police force side was higher than the army because police was functioning in small checkposts compared to the army, which was the serving in bases. That's why police force has been somehow the front line to Taliban's attacks and the insurgencies attacks, I would say. The second point I have in terms of the challenges we had ahead of the police force development was that the police force in Afghanistan happened to be the victim of reintegration of ex-Mujahideen members post-2001. So we had our ex-Mujahideen members in Afghanistan who had fought during this 1990s civil war, and their ranks were granted to them in the police force based on the number of years or based on how politically they're connected to the warlords of the civil war. And as a result, that left a highly politicized police force behind because the structure at the top, most of them happened to be commanders in the police force as well. So even the recruitments that came all the way down to the soldier level, even the recruitments were politicized. The Afghan National Directorate of Security, where they have been taking care of the intel services, and the Afghan National Army, because they had a longer history in Afghanistan. When post-2001, they re-established the recruitment mechanisms they had in the past. There has been an institutional memory and individuals who could hold those measures in terms of recruitments. But at the same time, as part of the political process, the recruitment criteria for the police force loosened up. And because police force did not have a longer history as much as the army or the intel services or the National Directorate of Security, it was put in the ground as I would say, as an institution or as a force that ex-Mujahideen member could be reintegrated into the normal forces. The last point that I have here that I always believe that it has been one of the biggest challenges we had, and I'm trying to bring my personal experience while working for the Afghan Police Force and the Ministry of Interior, and at the same time working with the Office of National Security Council on security sector reform, was that we didn't have a very clear vision, but at the same time consensus on both the Afghan side and the international community side on what the main role of the police forces could be, all the way actually from their main rules and functions to the training and equipment. Police forces, different units had different trainings, different, of course, equipments, not just because their functions differed, but just because what was available to them. The army was normally getting the best in terms of training because it was more resourceful, but when it comes to the First of all, because there had been more countries engaged in police development, but at the same time, the police force was not in terms of the training and equipment, and aligning the training and equipment and the very clear mandate based on the police force, the police law. There has been a gap there. I could see a gap there. And the police was not functioning based on the police law, based on what was justified to be the need at that point in time, or to be a critical need to support the army. So there has never been a very clear, I would say, vision or a consensus on what the police force should be doing. They have been doing literally everything in the security and defense sector, but at the same time, they hardly specialized in specific areas, including disaster management. So those are the three main points that I would add, which led to challenges, and I would say, yes, failures as well, in terms of developing a functioning, at the same time, effective police force in Afghanistan, which affected the rule of law in Afghanistan. It also affected protection of citizens in Afghanistan, and ultimately, I would connect it to the withdrawal of the support from the Afghan Democratic Republic, the central government, by the public. So, end of the day, since police failed protecting them, police failed to establish rule of law or enforce the law, that was very much connected to the failure in building, sustaining, I can't say building, sustaining the legitimacy of the central government as well. But the last point that I would like to add here is that it was also not, there has been some positive outcomes as well throughout the process, and part of it is the recruitment and the presence of 3,000 plus women across different ranks in the police, ranks and levels in the police force, who proved to be very efficient and effective. I think we needed a little bit more time in terms of developing it, but the cornerstone at the beginning was put, I can't say in a wrong direction, but we could do much more than that in terms of compared to the amount, or considering the amount of resources and efforts we have been putting into it. We could expect a much better outcome if we had given a different direction to the police force development process. Thank you so much again for having me, and thank you so much for organizing this event.
Thank you very much.
I'm still in the microphone to Tim, but with your permission, don't worry, please bear with me. But I would like to convey my heartfelt gratitude, Mrs. Jalil. Thank you so much for making this happen. It means a lot. Along with the presence of Professor Jalali, you are an Afghan. Now, unfortunately, you are in the US. Fortunately, you are in the US. But your presence, albeit online, does mean a lot. So thank you so much. I don't know where I'm looking at you on the video, but I think I'm not looking at you on the camera. But I trust that next time we organize something, we'll work better out the visa issue. So many thanks. I hope that you can stay online for the discussion which will ensue. And then thank you again. And should you have any queries, please feel free to. If we have now time, we can exploit this opportunity. Thank you so much for your time and for your insightful speech. But we play from the same sheet of music, don't we?
Does anybody have any questions for our visitor? We have to close this link down to get the next link up. We believe James Cunningham from the United States is very close to being ready to join us, but that will mean, I'm afraid, we do shut down this particular link. So if anybody does have a question for Ms. Jalil, please raise your hand and I will find you and shove the gelato in front of your mouth. Okay. Are we ready to go? We're just going to make the adjustments now. Thank you again, Ms. Jalil. We will be switching you out because we're using the same link to contact the US. That's it. She's away. So Thank you very much. I might turn the music back on in a minute if you would keep this quiet. While we're waiting, I'll perhaps tell you a little bit about Mr. James Cunningham. I've pronounced that correctly, apparently. He's a recognised expert on US national security issues with over 15 years focused on the US security sector assistance and US foreign policy in South Asia. He currently serves as the agency's subject matter expert for US security sector assistance, security leads multiple research agencies examining US security sector assistance programs to Afghanistan, which have resulted in the publication of 2 lessons learned reports, Reconstructing the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces and Divided Responsibility, Lessons from US Security. And they both had a direct impact on US and international training and doctrine, and now incorporated into reforms, congressional legislation also, and had a great impact on the NATO way of thinking that we're hoping to take forward with us. He's a regular briefer to members of the US Congress, senior civilian and military officials, and international audiences on the findings of all of these reports. So this afternoon, please welcome Mr. James Cunningham, the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction and the project lead. Can you hear me, James?
Yes, sir, I can.
That is fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us. The audience is here in Vicenza or waiting to hear from you, so please, in your own time, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with some slides, but again, it's been a pleasure to work with the NATO Stability Police Center of Excellence and with everybody here in the room. I probably have met at one point or another throughout our long-term career at SIGAR, looking at these important issues. I also want to express my hello to somebody in the audience from SIGAR, Anna Andrzejczyk, who is a key member of our team looking at these important issues and is representing our agency today in Vicenza. Okay, great. So again, what I'm going to focus on today is kind of improving the effectiveness and efficiency of international police assistance. And that is a core mission of our agency and our ability to come here today and to share what we have learned over the years. To kind of talk about our agency, first and foremost, the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction was created in 2008 to provide independent and objective oversight of Afghanistan. And so I like to talk about who we are before I get into exactly the details, because it provides a unique perspective of why we're here today and why we're talking. Many international agencies do not have similar oversight functions within their government, but within the United States, we were created by Congress. Our Inspector General is appointed by the President, and we have responsibility and jurisdiction over all U.S. funding in Afghanistan. And so again, we can examine the effectiveness and efficiency of the Department of Defense, the Department of State, the Department of Justice, Treasury, Commerce, any department that actually is actively involved in Afghanistan spend reconstruction dollars. We have the ability to do oversight and accountability of their actions. And what I mean by reconstruction is anything non-war fighting. So we're not housed in a single agency. And through that, we can actually provide whole of government lessons learned. We can look at how all the different agencies collectively operated within Afghanistan. In most countries and in most departments, any type of oversight is usually done and siloed within one department, within the military side, within the civilian side. But what SIGAR has is this wide jurisdiction and purview to be able to do the examination across the board. And for the first time ever, thanks to the NATO Stability Police Center of Excellence's leadership, we had created a joint report called Police in Conflict that was released earlier this year about the nature of police advising in Afghanistan. And we looked at the various elements of our mission, from the civilian-led mission to the military-led mission, from the U.S. side to the NATO side. And you'll see on the right-hand side us signing a memorandum of cooperation, which has been updated throughout the years. And then the one on the below picture is actually a joint assignment before COVID, where we actually were in Afghanistan together doing joint research, joint meetings, to really try to understand what happened in Afghanistan and what can we learn from that activity. So I guess the statement for us is going to be, admit that you have a problem. This is key for all of us as we move forward, is understanding that there is a problem, especially in the realm of stability police and doing police advising in stabilization and conflict zones. And that is the fact that there's no single agency, organization, country that has both the capacity and the capability to do police assistance at the scale and size required in stabilization operations. And what I mean by that is we have a lot of people in the audience today that have unique capabilities to deploy and provide unique experiences for police assistance based off expertise that they have, but oftentimes they're limited in their capacity to deploy. In places like Afghanistan and Iraq, thousands of police advisors every month and every year needed to deploy to be able to be effective in their mission. And many of these organizations and agencies just do not have that capacity to do so. On the other hand, we have countries like the U.S., where our U.S. military definitely has the capacity to do things, but does not have the unique capabilities to be effective in the police assistance mission, which leads to the over-militarization of the forces, as we've seen in Afghanistan over the past 20 years. So we'll go right down to the cold, hard facts. An effective police is required to stabilize a country. That is just a given. We need to have effective police forces to be able to provide the rule of law and law enforcement to stabilize a country. Even the most developed countries, so you could have looked in the United States as early as the past couple of years, when your police force is not able to be effective in providing that rule of law and stabilization, you have instability that is ripe for exploitation by lawlessness officials or nefarious actors. So it is critically important in these post-conflict fragile states that we have the ability to provide this type of police assistance to develop an effective police force. Now, what's our issue is the UN found that within the first 6 to 12 weeks following the signing of a peace agreement, or within the first 6 to 12 weeks of a ceasefire, is the most critical for establishing this level of security and stability, and is the most critical for us to be able to have legitimacy of our intervention. However, what the UN also found is that it takes 9 to 12 months to actually establish a credible police force able to go into a fragile state and to actually stabilize it. And so if you look at that disconnect, you're looking at weeks compared to months. And what this would require is a lot of long-term advanced planning on how we're going to intervene in these countries, what kind of capabilities do we need, what kind of staffing do we need, before we actually start intervening, so we're able to turn around the force that is required within the short timeline that is there. It's often considered the golden hour rule. The golden hour in the United States is how quickly can we pull off a wounded soldier to receive medical care to change between a life and death situation. It's the same thing for stabilization operations. That golden hour, that initial period where we can have the most success, we need to be able to staff and recruit police advisors with the required expertise at the required capacities to go forward. But the big problem is that many of our military organizations, from the United States combatant commands to SHAPE within NATO and other forces, the challenge is that they do not plan for police assistance. They focus on military operations, military intervention, and it's only until a year or two after the military operation started, they go, hey, listen, it would be really great if we had police, or that we effectively create a police. And we're behind the curve. We're not there in mass. And then in Afghanistan, I believe the UN deployed 4 individuals within the first few years to actually do any type of police assistance. That's 4 people in the first couple of years where we could have had the most impact and the most success. But again, the problem is that these organizations responsible for the early years of intervention, early years of stabilization, are not preparing to send this type of capability going forward. And so how do we change that cycle? We're looking at places like Ukraine right now, which has tons of moral support, tons of public support for us to go in there and to help them stabilize potentially after the conflict with Russia is over. Has anybody discussed staffing? Has anybody discussed what kind of organizational model we're going to use? Has anybody talked about the fact that we had to completely reconstruct the Ukrainian police force only a few years ago based on their corruption and a whole bunch of issues? Has anybody thought about, do we need police advisors after stabilization? If so, in what numbers, what quantities? If it's going to take us 9 to 12 months to actually create an effective force to do stabilization, we should be thinking about these things today. and thinking about them now and not after the fact where we start losing that golden hour in our ability to have the most impact and importance. The other thing that I would mention is that every country is unique. As we talk about when we go into a country like Afghanistan or other countries, every country is unique in how they do policing, from cultural to history to nature of criminality. But that also means that every country that as they're intervening into another country is unique as well. So you have people like Germany who do police assistance through a civilian lens and is very opposed to any type of militarization, even if it's just a uniform of a police advisor. In the U.S., the legal structures for foreign police assistance is civilian also. We have Italy and the Great Carbonari have actually a unit that's deployable that can go out there and do early interventions. Everybody has a different approach and a different model. There is no NATO standard for international police assistance. There's no NATO standard for how a police force should be organized. Everything is unique. And so not only do we have to encounter the host nation's culture, the host nation's history, we need to understand that all of us are coming with our own history and our own culture and how we're going to do so, which prevents us from ever having a comprehensive and common approach. And we often figure it out while we're there, that there's a lot of things that needed to be deconflicted before we started to do an international peace intervention. Another thing I'll quickly mention is that doing nothing is destabilizing. As we notice in Afghanistan, not getting into that golden hour period, allowing a scrimmage for power over the police forces, which happens in almost every fragile state where people are competing for power, competing for influence, using the police force as a mechanism for political gains. If you're not intervening from day one, you're allowing that stuff to creep into the society, to creep into law and order. And by the time our police advisors come there, their chances of being able to reform that police force are sometimes lost or at least significantly harder. And so how do we make sure that in the early days, we're actually doing something? Because doing nothing, again, is allowing us to sit back and watch while we have actors inside of a country not doing the law enforcement and law and order in a way in which we hope they would, because as I said, they see it as influence and political power. But doing the wrong thing is even more destabilizing. And so again, doing nothing may be destabilizing, doing the wrong thing can be more. And so we need to be very conscious of the fact that our actions have consequences. And if you look at the Balkans, for example, the civil versus common law principles, when we went into the Balkans, we actually in the United States implemented a police assistance mission that ran counter to actually how the Balkans criminal justice system and rule of law works. And so we started introducing cases that violated their own constitution, and all of these cases were being thrown out. So even though we did effective prosecutions, and even though we did effective law enforcement operations in our mind against some of the most nefarious actors, by the time they went through the court system, they weren't able to be prosecuted because we, again, did not understand their society, their systems, and we tried to superimpose ours, which was, again, very destabilizing. And what's the result? Since World War II, nearly half of all societies recovering from one civil war have relapsed within 5 years, and 1/5 have relapsed within 1 year. Without us being able to effectively understand how to do this mission effectively, countries are relapsing at a very rapid rate. How do we prevent the next intervention that we're going into from not suffering from the same issue of going back into a civil war or having destabilization because they do not have rule of law or an effective criminal justice system? So really quickly, just kind of organizing our mission for success, how can we do better? What are some of the lessons we learned? What are some of the things we can take away from Afghanistan? As I talked about, first and foremost, develop a common operating picture with all local and international stakeholders. Understanding what is our objectives, what do we seek to do in that country, what do we want to achieve, how are we approaching this problem, where internally are our fracture points, where externally with our host nation partner are we going to run into some significant issues, what is it that we're seeking to achieve, and coming up with that common operating picture. Yes, the Germans, the United States, the Italians, the Romanians, everybody may have a different approach, but as long as we have the same objectives, the same goals, and we recognize how we're performing on those objectives and goals, we'll have more success. And with that, we need to have a framework that clearly identifies activities and responsibilities. who's going to be responsible for what, to make sure that we're not doing duplication of work, but we're also not running counter in the way in which we're approaching our work in the police assistance environment. How do we ensure that the activities and programs that we're putting in place in the western part of the country align with what's being put in place in the eastern part of the country? You know, this requires a lot of thinking, it requires a lot of discussion, it requires a lot of deconfliction, it requires a level of management that we just did not have in Afghanistan. We also need to analyze all methods of host nation justice in their criminal justice system. How do they do rule of law? How do they do justice in their system? You look at places like Afghanistan, the informal justice system, which again, the U.S. and international community largely did not support because it was not a formal mechanism that we prefer, is one that the locals turn to regularly. It was one that the Taliban gained inroads significantly into, and one that we were not able to have any type of positive impact going forward. We often ignored those type of informal mechanism systems and tried to superimpose a formal justice system, which in local parts of society in Afghanistan and elsewhere are sometimes not welcomed because they view that as a way of government imposition, and if the government is corrupt, a way of having corruption seep into their society. Police assistance strategies must be socialized and coordinated with other criminal justice components. And that is a big issue that we had in Afghanistan. It's a big issue I see elsewhere, is that the police assistance component, developing capabilities and capacities within the police, is often done in a silo and is not coordinated with prison reform, not done with prosecutorial development, not done with justice reform. It's not done in connection with any of those things. We asked many police advisors in Afghanistan, were they aware of certain new rules and laws that were being passed in the criminal justice environment that would impact the way in which police are doing their activities in Afghanistan? And most of the time the answer was no. They did not know about these things because the justice sector development was very different from the police sector development. So how do we ensure that there is overlap and that we're working as a unified force in the realm of criminal justice and the realm of law enforcement? Another thing is we must include the ability to do embedded long-term partnerships with our foreign nation. And that's a big problem that we have within the NATO environment, we have within the U.S., is that we send out advisors for 6 months, 12 months, then we bring them back home. And then we do not engage again, or we engage with different partners, or we engage in a different approach. How do we do this embedded long-term mentoring and advising? How do we ensure that the right people with the right capabilities, with the right expertise, with the right experience, is partnering with those forces on a long-term basis, even if it means constant rotations in and out of country, even if it means virtual engagements in addition to the in-person engagements, but how do we maintain that embedded, long-term, persistent relationship with the police forces in that foreign country? The best models to develop capacity and capability in the security sector are those that have long-term embedded international advisors and support there over a long period of time. Short deployments, periodic deployments are just not as successful. And then again, we need to ensure that everybody that's deploying has those technical capabilities, professional experience, and tailored training. We need to make sure we're sending the people that have that capability to not only teach police assistance, but to teach it in the environment in which that host nation is occupying. And what I mean by that is we used to send over in the U.S. government pilots to be police advisors in Afghanistan, medics to be police advisors in Afghanistan, people who had no idea how to do policing at all. We were sending over to advise the police in Afghanistan. That mismatch had disastrous impacts. We were unable to develop a core capability because the advisors did not have that experience and expertise to do so. And then lastly, we have to worry about mirror imaging and capacity substitution challenges. The U.S., Italy, the United Kingdom, and many other countries went into Afghanistan and started forcing them to draft criminal justice laws that we thought were best for them based off of the ways in which we did criminal justice in our countries. And we called it summertime rulemaking. Basically, every summer, new advisors would go over and they'd just draft new laws and tell the Afghans to adopt it, whether it violated a previous law in Afghanistan, whether it was effective, whether it had the long-term support of the country. We just kind of imposed our will on them because we thought these laws were the most successful in our countries, so it should work for them. And so that's kind of how we approached the problem. And again, we substituted their capacity, mirror imaged ourselves, and the Afghans were left having to deal with what we created after we withdrew. Real quick, I won't go into depth on most of this, but again, we want to focus on the outcomes, not the inputs and outputs. A lot of time we focus on the inputs and outputs and not the outcomes of how we're achieving our goals. How many advisors are we sending out there is a measurement of success. How many training programs is a measurement of success? How many people graduated our program is a measurement of success. Those things are inputs, those things are outputs, those things are not measuring success. What's measuring success is the activities in which we're doing, accomplishing or meeting the objectives in which we set forward? Is the training, are the advisors, are the programs actually turning the Afghan police or turning another country's police force into an effective, legitimate, trusted entity that the locals are welcoming and that they're providing security, stability, and rule of law to the society? Is that happening? Are we meeting those objectives? Are we meeting those goals? That is the ultimate objective for our mission, but we oftentimes do not measure our progress along the outcomes of that objective, but more about what we're doing, because what we're doing is easy to measure. I can tell you how many people went through my training program, but I can't tell you how many of those people are actually providing effective rule of law. We graduated 20 out of our training program. We consider that measurement of success, but what if those 20 are going into society and abusing society, being predatory against society? We're counting it as a success because we're doing more training. In reality, they're being actually more of a destabilizing force than a stabilizing force. And then again, we need to ensure that our training and reforms outlast international police assistance mission. Our goal is to work ourselves kind of out of a job. We need to create systems, processes that allow the host nation to adopt them, to trust them, to believe in them, to recognize that they're going to have a positive impact on their society, to recognize, to have society realize the positive impacts that that training is going to have on their society. And how do you do that? And that's by building a social contract between the international advisors, the host nation government, and the police themselves, saying this is the process in which we're going to develop a police force. Here is what you can expect from that police force, and here are the objectives and outcomes that you should be monitoring to be effective in the future. And so again, we need to be able to have it being done, by within through that host nation, but creating structures, creating systems, creating laws that will outlast our engagement. You can just look in Afghanistan today. They have not changed the Constitution. They have not really changed the rule of law. They actually pointed to the Constitution recently in a recent meeting saying that nothing should be violating Sharia. And the problem is that we didn't put in structures in place that had the law enforcement and had the rule of law outlast us. And so now we're looking at the disastrous impacts of the fact that Taliban are now in charge of rule of law and are now using that to, again, have an imposition on society. And lastly, I'll just conclude with a quote from Albert Einstein. It's one that we kind of live and die by. The only mistake in life is the lesson not learned. We must learn. Right now, many of us put out lessons, identified reports. We're identifying the critical issues in certain missions and portions of society, our stabilization operations, how we're doing police assistance. We all are coming up with lessons. We all are identifying the challenges, but are we really learning from those lessons? Our leadership actually implementing reforms into our process? Is our political leadership changing the way we approach this problem? Is NATO learning that Afghanistan can't happen again? I would argue they're not. We still do not have a signed concept for stability policing. We still do not have a common framework for how to do policing in the future. We still do not have a common agreement on how we're going to achieve our goals. Again, all of these things that we are mentioning as far as deficits within Afghanistan, they remain deficits today. And we need to move from having conferences in which we discuss these lessons, where we write about these lessons, where we discuss these lessons, and actually having our leaders realize that we need to change our programmatic approach, we need to change our strategies, and we need to change how we engage in our foreign police assistance missions in the future. And with that, I appreciate everyone's time today. I look forward to future questions and answering. And thank you, NATO Stability Police Center of Excellence, for the ability to speak here today.
James, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you still hear me, James?
Yes, I can hear you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. We've got time for probably just one quick question. If there's something really burning that James has just said, we will have to lose James again to get our next presenter online. So if anybody does have a burning question that they'd like to put to James before we let him go. Okay, I think you satisfied the audience fantastically. Thank you very much, James. The director has something to say.
James, a quick one. Which wine do you prefer, the red wine or the white one for next week?
I'll leave it up to you. You know it far more better than I am. I wish I was there today to speak in person, but I appreciate everybody's attendance so far.
We did miss you, but I trust that we'll have a great meeting next week. So really looking forward to seeing you in person once again, and many thanks for your really valuable contribution. All the best. Go to speed, my friend. Thank you.
James, thank you very much. Goodbye. Right, as we are just trying to set up the next link, gives me a quick opportunity to introduce our guest to you before he's online. The last NATO civilian representative to Afghanistan, Ambassador Stefano Pontecorvo. He is the former Italian ambassador to Pakistan, where he served until the 9th of February 2020. He served as the NATO civilian representative in Afghanistan 2020 to 21. Previously, from January 13 to October 15, he was the diplomatic advisor to the Italian Defense Minister, serving under Minister Giampaolo Di Paolo, Minister Mario Mauro, and Minister Roberta Pinotti. He has followed directly events in Afghanistan due to the large military contingent Italy has in the country and the Italian role as the framework nation in the region for Herat, travelling often to Herat and Kabul. He's also served under the Italian Foreign Ministry mission, such as Deputy Head of Mission in London, Sub-Saharan Africa, and in Moscow. From 2005 to 2007, he's been the Chief of Staff to the State Secretary for Europe and Chief of Staff for Vice Minister for Africa and Development. He has held the position of Head of Financial Division of the Directorate General for Development Corporation. He has held various positions in Brussels and then in the EU Council General Secretariat as Head of the Balkans Desk in CFSP, then attached to the Stability Pact for Southeast Europe as head of the table responsible for stability and security in the Balkans, and finally posted into the Italian permanent delegation to the EU, where he served as the RELEX Councillor and Deputy PSC representative from 2001 to 2004. He served as political councillor at the permanent delegation of Italy to NATO from 1992 to 1995. So with all of that experience, sir, welcome to Vicenza. Online. Can you hear me clearly?
I can, Colonel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Welcome to the conference, and thank you for joining this afternoon. With no further ado, I will leave your presentation to you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I must remember next time to send in a much shorter bio, because it took you about 2.5 minutes to read it out. Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very sorry not to be able to be there, and I owe my apologies to the organizers for the last-minute change, which I have explained. But I'm anyway very, very happy to be able to speak to this issue, which is very dear to my heart, both stability policing as a former carabiniere myself. Actually, you're never a former carabiniere, as well. A carabiniere who no longer wears the uniform, but still is a carabiniere at heart. And also because, Afghanistan is also an issue close to my heart. The first time I set foot in Afghanistan, I was about 3 years old. And I've followed ever since. Now I'm 65. And also being 65 allows you also to speak quite clearly and freely about the issues at hand. So thank you very much again for the organizer, and I salute all the authorities in the room, and apologies once again. So I come directly to the point. Has NATO lost an opportunity in Afghanistan not occurring to stability policing? My view is yes, certainly it has. It has. And would it have made a difference had we had I'll come to this too also, would it have made a difference if we had had a more robust policing institutional attitude? I think It would have also. I know that Madam Fellin is also in there. Also, it is also in this today's seminar. I'm sorry, I missed her too. But also because we could have drawn on the vast amount of experience that and the doctrine that has been put together in these years, and avoid a number of the mistakes we have made in the women, peace, and security field, and in particular in the policing field. Why do I say that the stability policing would have made a difference and that we lost an opportunity? Because stability policing and a robust policing institution would have certainly enhanced the control of territory by the Afghan authorities, and diminished. I think that I think Colonel de Magistris touched upon this in his opening remarks, and would have diminished one of the big problems that Afghanistan has had throughout, ever since the setting up of the Islamic Republic, 2004, and so on, is this having to cater and to a certain point having having this hold by local authorities, which are none others than the warlords, on the territory which was out of main cities. And this also because of the lack of prestige of the Afghan police, who were not up to the task for a number of reasons. First and foremost, because they were seen as a backup army rather than as a police force itself, thus grossly underestimating the importance of having policing, and in crisis areas and in insurgency areas, policing cannot be but robust and thus stability policing. So there was a kind of the net effect, having an inefficient and how can I say, a police which was not up to it, was due to the fact that first and foremost it was not the policing aspect of the whole thing was underestimated, notwithstanding some very good efforts made by the number of EU member states, led by Germany first and foremost, who had this wonderful police academy in Mazar-e Sharif. What I did see in my, I wrote a book on my experience in Afghanistan, and it wasn't on my experience actually, in the last 4.5 years. And one of the things which came out very evidently from researching for the book and so on, was that fundamentally we went into Afghanistan with only a very partial view, and the partial view was a view of the war on terror. Now, I'm saying something obvious, but and there was also there were a number of NATO member states who also saw the counterinsurgency aspect, which would have enhanced the police aspect. But the main focus was the war on terror, and very little, if I would say marginal, except that I personally knew the people involved in it, and certainly their effort was not marginal. But the attention that a operation which is mainly viewed as a war on terror operation, not as a counterinsurgency operation mainly, is exactly that you are going with the right instruments to fight terror, but with the wrong instruments, or the inadequate instruments, to build up a sustainable society and the kind of faith that the population needs to have in the fact that the new order that you are proposing as you know, people say occupying power. I don't like to say the occupying force, but as you know, the force which was in the country, that you are able to offer the same security that your traditional institutions offer. The traditional institutions being in many local areas, the local warlords. That was not the case because of the main thrust of the operation being the one on war and terror rather than one on building up a society that that becomes stable enough to close the spaces for terror. This is the European and the Italian experience, which is one I know best, being an Italian. Of course, there is no way that you can consider the Red Brigades or the European terroristic phenomenon at the same level as what the Afghans have gone through for the last 40 years. But still, we have seen as Italians that a robust society with robust institutions closes the margins for terrorist organizations, and the same would have happened in Afghanistan had we gone through this road ourselves. Now, I think Colonel De Magistris also said this morning, this is not a blame sharing exercise, rather a brainstorm exercise, and I mean, I'm on the same line, and I participated in the NATO lessons learned exercise, and which must say NATO was the only institution to do it, and a number of interesting things came out during that exercise. One of the things which, however, did not come out, and because the focus was probably elsewhere, it was more on the politics of the whole thing rather than on the operational side, was that from what I saw in the last year and a half, my personal experience and what the elders, so to speak, told me about their experience in Afghanistan, is that this operation very much ran without much of, I saw that myself, without much of a political oversight. A political oversight which would have allowed to adjust during the various phases of the operation, adjusted to bring in new elements such as stability policing into the mix and try to adjust things, which were going downhill since 2014 at least. We saw. And on this, I'm not laying the blame either on the Americans, because we were all there with them. Problem being that we went to Afghanistan. Most of the Europeans went to Afghanistan more to stay, to show the Americans that we were good allies, rather than going really to, on a mission to work out Afghanistan, which does not mean that there wasn't a major effort made by all military and all nations involved to actually improve the lot of the Afghans. But as I say, we were very much under one dimension and one dimension only, and that was the war on terror. So that leads me to, I think, to my last point that I'd like to make, is that which I also made, and when I was deputed to do so, is that there are, that when you have a complex operation like the one in Afghanistan, which is not likely to present itself again due to the current circumstances, and Iraq is nothing comparable. But you do need to look into the instruments you are using and the politics of the whole thing. Crisis management is as much military as it is civilian and civilian-led. A counterinsurgency needs to have society on its side. And you can do this only by having a mixed bag, not a mixed bag. That in English it has a different meaning, but a diversified toolkit of instruments that you can use for circumstance. And now we did not have that because in the end, what actually happened was that we dumped the whole mission on the military with a very minor political oversight, which was, not what you actually needed to set the course straight when we saw that things were not going as they should have. I very much think that having a major control of the territory and the way stability policing works, having more penetration within civil society, having instruments to stem corruption would have gone a long way towards demonstrating the vitality of an alternative way of life to the Afghan people, which unfortunately we did not manage to shoot. I think I'll stop there, and thank you very much for having me again.
Ambassador Pontecorvo, dear Stefano, thank you very much.
You're still there. I'm sorry, I hadn't seen you. Ciao, Maurizio.
Ciao, ciao. So, can I unveil the classified, very classified information that, we are covering, like, okay, I'll unveil it, I'll take my responsibilities. We met first in Legon, Livorno, just a few weeks before Ambassador Pontecorvo departure to go to Afghanistan, and he was trained in EAT procedures by the Carabinieri paratroopers in, as I said, in Livorno. So that was our first. And then we stayed in touch, and especially, when he had the very hot moments, hot days in Kabul. But I think that this kind of training gave him a great capacity to take under control the stress. So, thank you very much for your lecture. Thank you very much. We'll forgive you if you are not here today, but it's okay. It's okay. We will have a chance next time to see you in person. Thank you again. Ciao.
Thank you very much, Maurizio. Thank you so much to having invited me. And again, I apologize for not being there, but I count on being there next time, whenever next time is.
Okay. Thank you.
General Sir, thank you. And Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us here in Vicenza. We're going to move on to our keynote speaker of today, who wasn't expecting that. And if you need a second or two, Mum.
I was just obliging it.
I'd like to introduce you now formally to the NATO Secretary General's Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, Ms. Irene Pelin. Ms. Pelin has recently been appointed as the NATO Secretary General's Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security. She is the high focal point on all aspects of NATO's contribution to the women, peace and security agenda, with the aim to facilitate coordination and consistency in NATO policies and activities, and to take forward the implementation of the NATO EAPC policy and action plan on the implementation of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 and related resolutions. She is a gender and security expert and peace builder with more than 15 years' experience in the field of international security. She was instrumental in establishing and coordinating the Mediterranean Women Mediators Network, the MWMN, a project promoted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy, aimed at fulfilling the need to increase the number of women involved in peacemaking efforts and facilitating the appointment of high-level women mediators at local and international level. Ms. Fellin is a strong supporter of female leadership, and in 2016 she founded the Italian chapter of Women in International Security, an organisation dedicated to advancing the leadership and professional development of women in the field of international peace, security and defence. So, good afternoon to you, ma'am. Would you like to take the floor at your own space?
Shall I? It's on? Okay. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you. Here? Okay. Like this? Okay. Of course, I would like to begin my intervention by thanking you. Thank you for the organizer. Thank you to the Colin for inviting me here. It's not my first time in Vicenza, but it's my first time in my new current capacities. It's always a pleasure, and it's a very important opportunity for me today, because this was a very inspiring and learning opportunity. As it was said, I started only a few months ago as the special representative, and today I'm coming here more not for sharing lessons learned, but really to listening and to learn from you. And I learn a lot, so thank you very much for this. The NATO SPA-COE represent an asset for NATO when it comes to training programs, doctrine and lessons learned in the field of stability policing. And it's very important for me to understand how we can connect my mandate and what I do with what you do. So I think that is really important for us at the NATO HQ to benefit from the experience of the different Center of Excellence. And of course, it's very dear to my heart, the center here, because this is my country, but also because of the topic that are covered here. The core of my mandate, as you said, I'm the special representative for women, peace and security. So I don't know if you are all familiar with what it means. Maybe you know this agenda very well, but just allow me to give you just a few main concepts and why this is important for NATO. The core of my work is rooted in what is called the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, that together with 9 additional resolutions adopted between the year 2000 and the year 2020, create what is called the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. This agenda has two main messages. The first is that war affects women and men and children in different ways, and the security is perceived differently. Therefore, it is particularly important that women are involved as active participants and agent of change in prevention and managing and resolving conflicts. And this comes also in all the stabilization of the country. This is what we are talking about today. And this agenda is extremely important, and how this agenda has been framed in Afghanistan, where it is the major theater where the work of NATO in this field has, I would say, has started. So let me turn to the focus of this conference and understand how the operation in Afghanistan and the connection with the development of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda and our policy at NATO. For NATO Afghanistan and for NATO and WPS has been extremely important. NATO has developed its first policy for the the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda in 2007. And in 2009, we have deployed our first gender advisor on the field, including in Afghanistan. Based on that experience, the Alliance decided to develop the first action plan, which was really only focused on how gender has to be mainstream and implemented when we are deployed in an operation. And exactly from this theater, from our 20 years of presence in Kosovo, and especially in Afghanistan, that we have learned how important it is to integrate a gender perspective and to have gender advisors present when we are deployed on the field. We are no longer present, and what does this mean for NATO? For nearly 20 years, NATO was deployed in Afghanistan under United Nations Security Council mandate. This mission came to an end, and NATO took significant lessons learned. When it comes to the gender advisors, it was very clear that it was essential for us to connect with the population, to brief the commander, to bring a different perspective. Having female engagement teams create a possibility to connect with the population in a way that it's not possible where only men are deployed. The cultural impact, the gender perspective, the sensitivity, what is the stabilization implies are all the dimensions that are also embedded and rooted on the work that we are doing. Education, equality, and freedom of expression are fundamental human rights. Access to education for Afghan girls and women had been one of the biggest achievements of grassroots advocacy support by NATO's engagement in Afghanistan. But since the Taliban takeover, NATO has suspended all support to Afghanistan as a partner because the Taliban are turning back the clock on hard-fought progress. But while NATO is no longer present as an institution, NATO allies, 30 individual alliances, soon to be 32, remain engaged. Individual liberty, democracy, rule of law, human rights are the common values of our alliance, and this is where we still, the values that we still share, and each of us as an ally are promoting as part of the alliance, but also on our individual activities. In August 2021, more than 1,020 people were evacuated from Kabul airport as part of the coalition effort. By providing humanitarian support, helping throughout different voluntary and non-governmental organizations, individual allies continue to provide significant support and development aid to try to alleviate the humanitarian catastrophe. Allies are focused, allies are closely monitoring, and allies are calling on the Taliban government to make good on their promises. Allies continue to support all Afghans who are working to uphold their human rights, including freedom of expression, equality, and the right of education for girls and women. And any future Afghan government must adhere to the Afghanistan international obligation, safeguard to human rights in all Afghans, particularly women, children, and minorities. Uphold the rule of law, allow unhindered humanitarian access, and ensure that Afghanistan never again serves as a safe haven for terrorists. As the NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, of course, the role, the rights and the situation of Afghan women and girls is one of my main concerns. In the over 2 decades of NATO's presence, we have helped to support Afghan social progress, including in relation to women's rights, and encouraging the direct participation of women in the democratic process. Women have been involved in all aspects of the society and the political life, as we have also seen and heard from the previous speakers. And their role has been essential in all aspects of peace building, in the pursuit of societal stability and prosperity. It is clear that the current insecurity and situation and the pushback against their rights, the rights to education, the rights in participating in public and political life, the physical violence, is alarming, and it will remain high on my agenda. I'm in touch with women from the civil society. I'm in touch with negotiators, mediators. I'm in touch with women both in the diaspora and inside the country. And as I said, even if NATO is no longer present, it doesn't mean that we, as an alliance, do not support the values and that we don't care about what is happening there. On the contrary. So let me assure that in my current role, I will continue to support when and wherever possible, including throughout national initiatives, every opportunity to protect the rights of Afghan women and girls. As Special Representative, as I said, my main focus on the Women, Peace and Security agenda, but I am also responsible of the human security approach at NATO, and I have an entire unit that supports me in my work. These past months have been particularly important in both of the areas I'm covered, because for the first time, these two agendas have been included in the new strategic concept. So it has been a big progress. If we look at the concept in 2010, and if you look where none of these areas were mentioned, and if you look what was endorsed last week in Madrid, it is clear that the approach of the alliance and the commitment to implement this agenda have a different vision has completely changed. We move from integrating a gender perspective in everything we do, in promoting this as part of our common values. We do this because this represents who we are. And I think that this shift really shows how, as an alliance, we have improved our understanding and that how this is important when we operate. As stated in the nuclear strategic concept, human security, including the protection of civilians and civilian harm mitigation, is central to our approach to crisis prevention and management. We will work with other international actors to address the broader conditions fueling crisis and pervasive instability and contribute to stabilization and reconstruction. Furthermore, NATO has officially outlined its approach towards human security by adopting a document with the definitions of the proper definition of human security and its guiding principle. The document was also endorsed last week by heads of state and government, showing that human security matters to NATO. It is at the heart of who we are and what we do, as I said, an alliance of democracies, of women and men, working together to protect our people and our values, freedom, equality, and human rights. For NATO, this means the adoption of a human rights approach to crisis management, one that provides a new approach to the range of 21st century global challenges and how the alliance must respond to them. The security of humans, the human security, how we call it, encompasses a wide scope of threats individual and community face. At both a political and operational level, human security must put people at the center of security threat considerations. Therefore, human security has a people-centered, multi-sectoral approach to national and international security that gives the primacy to the empowerment of people. The report of independent group of the NATO 2030 agenda noted last year that emphasizing the value of human dignity and security differentiates NATO from authoritarian rivals and terrorist groups. Taking a human security approach is a way to contribute to lasting peace and security. It is more difficult to improve stability or end conflict and achieve lasting peace in communities that have suffered from violation that tear at the social fabric and impinge on human dignity. Therefore, attention to human security can enhance any operation, mission, or activity that NATO undertakes. By contrast, inattention to human security can undercut the effectiveness and sustainability of NATO's activities and actions. For NATO, the term human security refers to cross-cutting topics from protection of civilians to children and armed conflict, conflict-related sexual violence, cultural property protection, and combating trafficking of human beings. And they are all underpinned by a gender analysis. This is why we decided to step up our work on human security by defining it and giving it a framework document to address even more actively the impact of a conflict and crisis have on women, men and children, and in terms of how we plan and act to help improve their security in the immediate term and over time. By expanding our view of security, integration of a gender perspective is possible Women and men, as I said, understand security differently, and as a progressive alliance, we need to recognize and apply this fundamental difference. The baseline for human security is translating our values, the one I mentioned, into action, and this means the ability to protect civilians from conflict-related physical violence, including throughout the establishment of a safe and secure environment. When the local population in NATO operations and missions are threatened, NATO focuses on understanding the needs, the vulnerabilities, and threats to the people in order to work with relevant local and international authorities. NATO's commitment to the overarching protection of civilians mandate is indisputable. We continue to harness our operational experiences to robust strategic guidance throughout the development of training and education on protection of civilians in conjunction with the UN and other international organizations. Drawing on experiences from Kosovo and Afghanistan, NATO and its partners have developed specific policies and guidelines for the protection of civilians in the planning and in conduct of NATO-led operations and missions. At the Warsaw Summit in 2016, NATO leaders adopted a NATO policy for the protection of civilians. The aim of this overarching policy is to set out a coherent, consistent and integrated approach to the protection of civilians in NATO-led operations, missions and other mandated activities. The policy was developed with NATO partners and in consultation with the UN and other relevant international organizations, and is today part of the human security approach of the alliance. But in recent years, NATO has made considerable progress in implementing this policy, both at political and military levels. It has achieved this throughout tailored training that includes partners, by integrating protection of civilians into NATO exercises, and by ensuring its integration into NATO's doctrine and planning as well. The protection of civilians, which means persons, objects and services, includes all efforts taken to avoid, minimize and mitigate the negative effects that might arise from NATO and NATO-led military operations on the civilian population. When applicable, it also includes efforts to protect civilians from conflict-related physical violence or threats of physical violence by other actors. These efforts consist of a range of activities including the use of force to prevent, deter, preempt, and respond to situations in which civilians suffer or are under threat of physical violence. To be effective, our policy on protection of civilians explicitly emphasizes also the importance of stability policing in relation to training of local police forces, which can be critical to protect the civilian population during or after a conflict. Directly quoting, understanding the nature of the threats against civilians is critical for identifying if the use of military force, including a stability policing dimension, can protect the civilian population. Within the protection sphere, as a means to better protect girls and boys, we need to ramp up our efforts to address violations against children in conflict, which also includes developing training and capacity building tools. Protecting children in armed conflict is both a moral imperative and an essential element to break cycles of violence. Protecting children in conflict today prevents conflicts of the future. NATO recognizes that protection of children in conflict has primacy in NATO-led operations and missions, and the alliance, with the support of the UN, has made progress in developing practical, field-oriented measures to address conflict-related violations against children. As human security is the interconnective tissue between all cross-cutting areas that can create a condition for security that will allow all people to live free from abuse and violence, we must recognize that different populations require different protection mechanisms. Addressing the protection needs of women and girls is essential. The long-term destructive nature of conflict-related sexual violence, as well as its great effect on entire communities, continues to pose significant threats to global peace and security. This has led to an increased expectation that actors, including NATO military personnel operating in conflict and post-conflict settings, are mandated to protect civilians, take a more prominent role in addressing this issue. Combating sexual violence in conflict and focusing on operational effective responses to this appalling abuse of women and girls, but also we say on men and boys, is critical. Conflict-related sexual violence is a tactic of war. It is the use of rape as a weapon to destroy communities, intimidate, and to terrorize populations, and as a means of displacing people. Even after these wars end, sexual violence often goes under-addressed. The long-term destructive nature of conflict-related sexual violence, as well as its effect on the entire communities, continues to pose significant threats to global peace and security. Awareness that conflict-related sexual violence not only affects women and girls, but the entire communities, is now entrenched in our collective thinking. The elevation of sexual violence as an international peace and security issue has led to an increased expectation that actors, including NATO, take a more prominent role in addressing and preventing sexual violence. Sexual violence stems from fundamental gender inequalities. Focusing on solely protective and preventive solutions is limited and insufficient. To effectively address sexual violence, it must address and dismantle all obstacles that impede women's full participation in peace and security and in all political life. This is why a NATO policy on conflict-related sexual violence was adopted by Allied Defense Ministers in June last year and lately endorsed during the Brussels summit. A further area under my remit, and that is tragically omnipresent in conflict worldwide, human trafficking. 70% of the victims of human trafficking are women and girls, and increasingly human trafficking has been identified as a national security threat, one that straddles the line between a crime against an individual and one against human dignity. Various international organizations have estimated that hundreds of thousands of victims of trafficking each year, and human trafficking is a significant source of revenue for criminal organizations, whose activities may destabilize legitimate governments. Therefore, human trafficking is a human and peace and security threat. The NATO policy of combating trafficking of human beings from 2004 reiterates that trafficking constitutes a serious abuse of human rights, especially affecting primarily women and children. The United Nations Security Council recognizes that human trafficking in areas affected by armed conflict can exist for the purpose of various forms of exploitation, such as the use of child soldiers, exploitation and prostitution, or other forms of sexual exploitation, forced labor, slavery, removal of organs. Trafficking in human beings has, however, grown with intensity since the adoption of the NATO policy. A booming human trafficking industry is bolstering criminal and terrorist enterprises, especially in the Mediterranean, and the threat posed by human trafficking networks to women and girls has grown exponentially. To address the challenges and trends of recent years, we are currently working on the update of NATO's policy on human trafficking and planning to have it agreed by allies by the beginning of next year. Finally, on cultural property protection. NATO recognizes cultural property protection as an essential consideration in the military environment and a critical indicator of community security, cohesion, and identity. As demonstrated by the conflicts in the Western Balkans in the 90s, the destruction of cultural symbols can have significant political dimension and become a tactic used to weaken affected communities. Recognizing the linkage with a broader protection agenda, cultural property protection is an important aspect of NATO's human security approach to operations and missions and a valuable component of NATO's efforts to build peace and security. We are currently approaching the drafting and subsequent adoption of a policy of cultural property protection for NATO. Safeguarding the freedom, common heritage and civilization of people remains a priority for the Alliance and for me personally. I'm well aware that today's main focus is on Afghanistan. However, I cannot but briefly speak to the current situation in Ukraine. It has been more than 4 months since Putin's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine, and we are all continuing to bear witness to the brutality and cruelty of this conflict, and to the human toll that is having on the whole of Ukrainian society. Allow me to provide a few examples assessing the very gender and human impact of Russia's war in Ukraine. Since the beginning of the war, men between the age of 18 and 60 are no longer allowed to leave the country, while women and children are forced to seek refuge abroad, resulting in more than half of Ukrainians now living apart from their families. Before the war, women made up the 15% of the Ukrainian armed forces. But since February 24, more women are taking up arms to stand against their aggressor, using all means to defend their children, their homes, and their heritage. There are currently 37 women combating. This is to show the difference, as I said, the pillar of the resolution. On one side, women as a victim, being victim of sexual abuse, of trafficking, but at the same time, women are taking up the arms and participating in defending the war. So it's always important to look at the full picture when we address the role of women in conflict. And I want to stress this because a lot of the narrative in this conflict around Ukraine has been about women as a victim of this war. Women as a victim of, as I say victim in this case, and not a survivor, because many of them have been also killed, conflict-related sexual violence in Bucha, in Irpin, and in many other places. And the narrative is less about women participating, taking arms, but also participating in political dialogues. We all remember this picture of the first attempt of negotiation dialogue where only men were sitting from both sides. So a lot has been said on this, that women are totally absent. And that's a fact. It's true. No women were present at this high-level I would not call peace dialogue, but so dialogue between the two parties. But I'm in contact with women at different levels, with ministers, with parliamentarians, with civil society. And I want to share with you that women do participate in the political life now. There is a women general prosecutor that is already prosecuting the first perpetrators of sexual violence. There are ministers in charge of negotiating the release of prisoners of war, Irina Vereshchenko, and I know that as part of the negotiations, she's always asking that women are part of all this exchange. So the gender dimension of this is present. She was negotiating the release of the soldier in Azovstal in Mariupol when this was happening. So maybe also the narrative and the way in which we represent women has to change, because often women are present, are actively taking part in the resolution of the conflict, but the way in which we are building the narrative, we, and I say we, or our journalists and the media, is still very much patriarchal and gender in a negative way. So I think I want to share this message also for you to leave this room also to say that maybe we have to look other sources and to find this news and to find these messages and to amplify the voices of women as part of our own commitment to advance this agenda. As in most conflict, the worth of our humanity is on display. As we said also, the reaper sexual violence brought out again this phenomenon under our eyes. Something that we have been discussed at NATO recently is that maybe we should change our approach, not waiting that to have the information about the cases of sexual violence in conflict. We know that this happens, unfortunately. So maybe when we approach our analysis, we should already work on the prevention, starting from the assumption that this is part of the conflict. And by saying that, I don't want to say that this is inevitable. On the contrary, it's exactly because we can't prevent this from happening that we need to have this gender analysis as part of our work in operational planning and our work, when we approach conflict. And this is also why in the past months, something new has developed during my work at NATO. I am regularly briefing both the NAC and the military committee on the gender perspective of this conflict. This is something new. It's also new what we are experiencing, I would say, at NATO. So as part of the regular updates on Ukraine, I also go and try to provide injection of the gender analysis, because This is fundamental to be done at an early stage, and we all know that when we look at the reconstruction, the gender analysis has to be part of how we plan our intervention, because otherwise we know that as an add-on, it will be a failure. To conclude, I believe that lessons learned and conferences as the one you organized today and the entire workshop organized during the past week are pivotal for a better readiness and preparedness for current and future crises we will face as an alliance. Reflecting on lessons learned, we continue to shore up the work of our collective protection mandate by building up an institutional capacity, training, and dedicated resources. This is a vital part of helping to create lasting cultural changes and deepening understanding of the centrality of protection and rights for the whole population. To look to the future of crisis prevention and management and peace support, we understand that emerging security threats are creating a new set of challenges for the international community. As NATO evolves to take into account changing geopolitical dynamics, recognizing the potential of human security approaches and including stability in policing will be key. We engage with partners and other international organizations in a way that supports the rule-based international order and enhance peace and stability well beyond where NATO is directly engaged. This includes training based on our experience, and this is particularly important in relation to our partners. The human security challenges I have outlined are challenges we share, and shared challenges provide opportunities for mutually beneficial cooperation. Cooperation with a network of NATO centers of excellence is also fundamental and mutually beneficial. They represent an important source of information and knowledge. We need to remain best prepared for the challenges of today and tomorrow, and continue to keep our people safe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to Ms. Fellini. Thank you very much for your presentation. General, with your permission, we will be closing the conference with the final remarks from the Director shortly after your presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm not the director, but I will, as I'm general, will take over the corner. You know, it's in the military rules. So, just to say hello and thank you, Mrs. Fellin, for your very interesting lecture. It gives us a lot of food for thought, as they say in Vicenza. And hopefully we will host you again, and we have just a small, very small present, and thank you again.
Sir, thank you. There should be lots to be said. I would like to start from the back, from the last intervention, from the keynote speaker, though, because, I mean, you, Madam, with your presence, you bestowed us with really a gift, a great gift. And you reminded us the importance of the protection of civilians. No? At the core of our activities of policing is to be the population, everywhere we are deployed. And stability policing can be deployed across the full spectrum of operations, before, during, and after the conflict. It's also a conflict prevention tool. Stability policing is also a sort of a different capability, which is the intermediate force capability, provides additional solutions to the alliance, because we address with other ways, means and ends, not lethal weapons, such the challenges which the alliance addresses. Madam, you mentioned the stability policy dimension, NATO Warsaw Summit 2016. Thank you. It is important, it's crucial, because in protection of civilians, we are not here only to train the police forces. Please bear in mind that stability policing is a tool available for the alliance across the three main core tasks: cooperative security, non-capacity building, but also in collective defense, Article 5 operations, and also in crisis response operations. So don't forget it. And indeed, the role of women is indeed crucial in policing, and the gender mainstreaming, as well as the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. We always remind ourselves in the center the importance of this Security Council resolution, and we always advocate for that. We always ask the steering committee to pay the utmost attention to the gender mainstream in the center, and by the same token, whenever we are supposed to deploy our assets. And I did like, and I'm not flattering you, your mention to the fact that NATO, yes, left Afghanistan. The Allies didn't leave the Afghans. And I think this conference speaks volumes, Professor Jalali, and as I mentioned to Hosna Jalili, who should be online. Your presence speaks volumes, sir. Thank you so much for making this happen again. And my thanks also, heartfelt thanks to Hosna Jalili. Human security, yes, this is our core business, because it means protecting civilians and improving long-term peace, stability, development. So this is another key takeaway for us, colleagues, because we must recommend. Now we identify way ahead, but now we must identify recommendations for the alliance. Già Glab, the FOGO champion, flag officer, general officer in ACT, recommended me not to send the outcomes. I will, but I will be very blunt, because as Ambassador Pontecorvo said, we must not lose again this opportunity. It's a golden opportunity. It was a golden opportunity, and my praise goes to all of you who made this happen. So thank you so much, because the syndicate working group were great. And the outcomes were great as well. So, sir, I will try to be quick, but I need to underline also for recording purposes the key takeaways, like the common operational picture. Also, James Cunningham from the SIGAR mentioned it, but also strategic syndicate mentioned it. No? We need to carry out a stakeholder analysis. How many times did we say so in the center? We need to identify the stakeholders. The same applies when we deploy. So this common operational picture allows us to have an early understanding and an assessment of the situation in order not to lose the momentum, in order to seize the critical golden hour. And the police is not Calimero. Where are you, Emmanuel? Here you are. It's not Cinderella. Police is crucial. Policing is crucial, as it is community-oriented policing, as the United Nations Police Advisor highlighted several times during his speech. I must convey my heartfelt thanks, although he recorded, but he's very busy worldwide, he travels a lot. So, and then, we underline the fact that there is a police dimension already identified in NATO Warsaw Summit, but then as we said a couple of days ago during the icebreaker, and even today, and then listen to you, what about a policing domain now? Land, air, sea, air, cyber, space. What about policing? Is it time to introduce this domain in NATO, to propose, to try to introduce this domain? It's time for calling for a network. I address it to my Chief of Staff because he agrees with me, concurs, and I trust even my deputy, And I thank you all for the continued support, guys. A network of stability policing practitioners across the alliance, in the NATO command structure, NATO force structure, as it was also somehow agreed with a colleague from, I don't remember your name, I remember only that you are very tall, as all the Dutch, from Joint Force Command Naples. He's a Marechaussee colleague who sits in the J5 planning, but he's not asked to provide his Marechaussee stability policing perspective. So let's recommend it to NATO in our letter that the FOGO champion is so eager to receive. Political will, we must make our peace to foster the discussion of our politicians. The light footprint approach, as we agreed, Professor Jalali, maybe was not the best one, but they perceived so. We are not here to blame anyone, aren't we, Tim? So, but at that time they perceived that there was no need. So next time, be vocal. Don't sit on your hands. This to everyone, not only to us. The speed consideration in planning process. This is a consequence, because if we seize the critical golden hour, there will be considerations, planning consideration about stability policing. And I did like the suggestion from Matteo Tim Salvatori about the quality assurance policy to ensure integrity, because we must build the integrity of the institutions. Otherwise, the institution in a fragile state will collapse as we step out from the country. It means that in 9 days, or for somebody in 11 days, everything will crumble down. We must build in the integrity. We do, by the same token, we have to do it we have to do our homework as well in our institutions. But I will always say, if I may, sir, we must be always Carabinieri first with ourselves and then with the others. But another key takeaway is there was too much green on the blue remit. And the blue became somehow too much green as well, because of their commitments in the counterinsurgency. But I did like this thought-provoking gathering. It generated an awful lot of ideas, and we must put now everything right. And this is Doreen, but my praise goes to you as well, to the team, the Leicester branch. This is what we are expected to do as soon as possible, because even now we must seize the critical golden hour, because we must keep the momentum. Ownership, another issue that I heard. For those who will be deployed once again in any kind of capacity building duties, tasks, posts, don't forget to teach to your trainees their national anthem. Esprit de corps is to be fostered. And again, something which I heard too many times, we cannot bring our model everywhere. We must accommodate, we must see what is working over there and what doesn't work. And then my way is not the best way. Our way is the best one, isn't it? And I did like also from Professor Ruffa, the mention to multilateralism. But then I thought, yes, multilateralism. At one stage, Professor, former Minister Jalali, 36 countries were taking care of the reform of the police, of training the police, and not only from the allied world. There was China, there was Pakistan, there was Russia training the police. Until the International Police Coordinating Board was not established, it was really multi-patched. They didn't move forward in unison. And this created an awful lot of problems, as James Cunningham said. There was no consistency at all. So when we put our boots on the ground, as it was also mentioned by the Special Inspector General for Iraq reconstruction, and somehow echoed by the Afghanistan, the SIGAR, but also by the Chilcot report, the inquiry of the UK on the mission in the campaign in Iraq. When we put our boots on the ground, don't forget to call the police. Don't forget to think about your exit strategy. Almost due to the end, so hold fast, please. I'm drawing to an end. I did like, Professor Jalali, your mention to civil war, because Afghanistan was not a post-conflict situation. It was a continuous conflict situation. And indeed, in this situation, stability policing, an asset, we can call whatever we want, the forefathers, the multinational specialized unit, could have played a crucial role. But as James Cunningham said, nobody has got both capabilities and capacities. So we must move forward in unison. Only by moving forward in unison will we be able to make the difference. Otherwise, I can bring something on the table, but it is not enough, because I have to take care as a Carabinieri back in my country of my safe and secure environment related issues. Legitimacy. We have to talk a lot about legitimacy. Justice. The rule of law. Are we sure that we address the rule of law, cops, courts, and correction altogether? If we do not address the rule of law simultaneously, we fail. By the same token, if we do not move forward in unison with all the assets available, we fail. And inaction is a failure, but even the wrong action, as James Cunningham from the Cigar said, is a failure. So let's focus on the protection of civilians, as Osna Jalil said, but as reiterated far better than me by Mrs. Irene Fellini. By focusing on them, we foster the battle of narratives. We make the difference. We support the local population. We support the integrity of the institution. We fight corruption. And we provide alternative livelihood to the population. But all in all, everything is to be done simultaneously. So, sir, with your permission now, I would like to give you the floor for just a final remark. And I would like to thank you once again for your presence. You spend the entire day with us, and you will be staying with us also for dinner, and your presence for us is really meaningful. And you know that I'm not flattering you because I cannot afford to do so. But I was really deeply honored to having you here today, and the same applies to all the colleagues in the center. And just let me convey to my command group, Deputy Director, Chief of Staff, the Lesson Learned branch headed by Colonel Dorin Lutha from the Gendarmeria Romena, and the ILS section, where I do not see because I do not wear my glasses, Aldo Rosa and the team. Here you are. Tim Dickens, a great facilitator, and Mr. Olaru from Joint Analysis Lesson Learned Center. Mulțumesc for your support, for your facilitating, and to all of you, to the colleagues of the COESPO, the Center of Excellence for Stability Police Units, to the colleagues of the European Gendarmerie Force as well, and for all the others. If I'm forgetting somebody, please forgive me. But it was a great experience. I learned a lot. I had several confirmations of what I knew. But trust me, we will not lose this opportunity, madam. And especially for the future, we are going to meet the CIGAR project leader, Mr. Cunningham, next week, and we will do our utmost best to promote the content and the outcomes of the report, because we must not lose this opportunity. For the benefit of the Afghans, for the benefit maybe of the Ukrainians, but for the benefit of all the population in fragile state. I do thank you, sir.